Perfect. So, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Vator Securities Nordic Tech Day Summit, where we'll today be talking regarding interesting tech companies. Already losing my words here, but we'll be walking you through some of the most interesting presentations covering the most important trends in the sector at this moment. We'll be hearing about the circular economy, we'll be hearing about semiconductors, data management, esports, clean tech, deep tech, broadband, and ad tech. Should I forgot any interesting sector, be sure to contact me later. My name is Anders Arviken, I'm partner at Vator Securities, and I'll be guiding you through this investor event. And we'll be ready to go in just a few moments, where we'll be starting with a very interesting company called Rebelle. And before I'll switch off and make Rebelle ready to go, I just want to remind you, please don't hesitate to ask any questions in the chat, and we'll be ready to go in just a bit. And we're back, and we're going to say welcome to Rebelle, European category leader in luxury second-hand fashion and purely sustainable, which is interesting to hear more about. We have Cecile Wickman with us, together with Alexander Eulenberg, and I will give you the opportunity to introduce yourselves and the company, and the floor is basically yours.
Thank you very much. And good morning and welcome everyone to the presentation of Rebelle, the first European mover in truly sustainable luxury commerce.
Yep.
To give you a short introduction about us as management team, it's Alexander and me, together with our CEO Max. Max and me, we founded the company back in 2013 together. Since then, I've used to be the former CEO, and then I got a little baby last year, and then we kind of switched roles, which you can do when you work together for such a long time. He's basically responsible for all operations now, and my focus is to communicate Rebelle to the outside world. And we have Alexander with us today, and he will present you some more insights, especially on KPIs and financials, being our CFO. To come back to our business model, it's a sustainable high-end fashion marketplace with a really circular, based on a truly circular model. And I'm very happy to be here today to present our ideas and how far we have come today to all of you. So talking about a sustainable fashion, I think we all know that sustainability drives more and more industries nowadays, and especially the fashion industry, as also historically this is one of the really dirtiest industry in the world, being responsible for almost 4% of global emissions, with a very clear path now for all countries in the industry to cut its emission by roughly 50%. And we came up with quite a simple approach and idea, saying that if we would all just wear our products double the amount of time, we would almost reach this goal. And this is the idea on which Rebelle is based. And we are very happy that today, especially in the last years, this trend has grown so much, and that we see that there is like a growing community, especially the younger generation, who also puts the idea of sustainability in their focus when making their purchasing decisions. Talking about the market, I think we could all picture the global primary market. Talking about the market for personal luxury goods, we are talking about a $400 billion global primary market, still with Europe being the largest before Asia and the US. Still strongly growing, but with the most interesting segment being the re-commerce segment, so to say the second-hand segment, with a CAGR of around 15 to 20% in the coming years. And when we focused on the luxury space, this was due to many reasons. First, because we know that there's, of course, obviously a very high demand for designer products. Talking about designers, I think all designer brands in fashion which would come to your mind are like also the ones which are like, let's say, our bread and butter business every day. So we're talking about Chanel, Louis Vuitton, Prada, Hermes, Gucci, etc. And these products just naturally keep up very, very high in value, so up to 80% most of the time. Then there is quite limited online competition, also because there is quite a challenge in handling these products in terms of authenticity, etc., etc. And there is also naturally a very high demand for such brands globally, which makes these basically the perfect brands for a re-commerce approach. So talking about the way we kind of approached this. This is our website, rebelle.com. We offer an online marketplace in 5 different languages with a clear focus on Europe, on the European market. It's a pure play second-hand luxury fashion e-commerce model. It's really 100% digital, it's 100% circular, and we're talking about 100% second-hand products, which you find on our site. Currently focusing on unisex, but mainly women's and so female products, targeting the categories in fashion such as clothing, shoes, leather goods, accessory bags, etc. Jewelry, of course, watches also, ensuring for every single product, assuring product authenticity, quality, and the right price, and thus offering like really a high-end shopping experience. Currently, you would find around 200 to 250,000 products on our website, coming from all European countries, basically from private and from commercial sellers. But the model is like we really focus on the private individual, especially on the buy side, of course. What we've set up is a model really heavily based on tech components. Thus, it is really scalable. It's a capital light, pure play marketplace model, which means that we never become owner of the products, which has the big charm that we don't have returns. So like not normally. And what we do is like really looking to offer a concrete USP for sellers and for buyers on the other side. So how do we do that? For the sell side, obviously we have normally a private individual who is looking to sell their exclusive products, like not very time consuming and in a very easy manner, to give them advice on price and offer them like really an all-inclusive, comfortable selling service. We do this due to our unique price database, which is based on around about 1 million product data points, which we've built up over the last years, and also this is very unique in the market. For the buy side, on the other side, the USP clearly lies on the shopping experience and even more important, on the authenticity. We create this superior shopping experience with guaranteed authenticity due to like an all-inclusive service which we are offering. So we basically handle every product on our desks before shipping it to the buyer. We assure the authenticity due to our unique authenticity database. Also, this is very unique in the market. We call it the secret Rebelle brand book. We built this up over the last years, and this is basically like a very, very secure way on shopping second-hand designer products. Talking about our positioning in the market, as I said, like we really focus on the very, very high-end segment due to many reasons, not only to avoid this very crowded space, but also to really offer the experience which we think you should have as a consumer in the consignment space if you buy products for several hundreds and very often for several thousands of euros. Like by doing this, we feel that it really goes hand in hand, offering luxury products, but also, of course, offering the best customer service. And looking into the space in Europe, there's like many competitors out there, but having a little bit of a different approach. Most of them are being focused on the mass market. Yeah, to wrap it up for now, I think it became clear what our business model is focused on. It's a capital light model. We have no working capital involved, which means we don't have returns. Most importantly, we have not everywhere products, so we are not in direct competition with Amazon, Zalando, eBay, etc. Alexander will tell you a little bit more about our KPIs. We are talking about very high shopping baskets, which makes it very interesting, and high commission rates, of course. So far, what we see is that the model itself created quite high barriers to entry, as what we build up really is a single SKU factory, and Alex will also tell you a little bit more on the operational side of the business. So I would leave it up to you.
Right, good morning from me. We only have a few minutes now. Of course, there's a lot of detail behind the company. On this slide, we just summarized what Sissy just mentioned. We always call it single SKU factory. By that, we mean that the specific challenge behind Rebelle is that every item is unique. We don't have a structured inventory like almost all other e-commerce companies. but for us, we get surprises every morning. We get totally unstructured products, and they have to be fed through a standardized process where we really have to ensure that every product goes its own journey. Some products need more care in the one step, and some other products need more care in the other step, and so on. We need to enrich the product data with prices, with photos, with content, and so on. It's a lot of stuff. And then once we sell the products, there's still a lot to do. It's still not a standardized e-commerce process, but we have to split the payment between the seller and Rebelle. This is actually, to be honest, in the beginning gave us quite a nightmare because it's so specific, this challenge to create this journey for each product through in a standardized factory-like process. But nowadays, of course, it's kind of a blessing because we are we are really the only player in Europe of true scale that can deliver this experience. All our competitors are focusing much more on the peer-to-peer business model, whilst we really touch, feel, inspect, quality-proof, authenticity-proof every single product. And if you can put up the slide in large again, that would be great, because on the right-hand side, you can see the outcome of this effort, is that we do have the best customer satisfaction in the industry. All customer surveys that we're seeing showing that our customers are very happy with our experience. And that is, of course, because we do touch and inspect every single item. So that's what makes us unique. And then just to dive into one specific aspect of this, and this is like a unique challenge that you have when you sell secondhand luxury goods, is that you have to ensure that they are genuine. Of course, there's a huge difference between real and fake Louis Vuitton, Hermes, and so on. And we just must ensure that we're not selling fakes. And for that, we have set up quite a big database where we know for all the major luxury brands, and that's like hundreds of them, but of course very much focused on the big French and Italian brands, where we have a database of the very specific authenticity features behind these brands. On the left-hand side of the slide, there just is some examples, but you can imagine it's a lot of nitty-gritty stuff. That's an expertise you cannot buy in the market because there's no use case for having this expertise unless you're running a company like Rebelle. And the great thing is that we're not only seeing happy customers, but we're also seeing very sticky customers. On the left-hand side, you see that it's a lot of value that we're trading for our customers, and there's a lot of value behind the customer relationship for us. On the left-hand side, you see the sellers. We have an average price of 220 euros per item for each item that is listed. And a typical seller lists almost 20 items in the first 3 years of the relationship. So we have on the sell side a value of 4,000 euro listing value that we're getting over the first 36 months of a seller relationship. So it's a lot of money, I think quite untypical in e-commerce that you're talking about such big values. And on the buy side, it's also quite interesting stats that give us good economics. We have an average shopping basket of 300 euros. We have an average of 3.4 items that are sold to a specific buyer over the first 3 years. So that means accumulated value behind a buyer is about 1,000 euros. Again, quite a big number. So it really makes sense to acquire these customers because you know they come back and they leave a lot of money with us, which is of course nice. Now, since we have very limited time, just a very quick glance at our P&L. Here you can see from left to right that we go from top to bottom through the P&L. On the left-hand side, you see the development of our trading volume. Last year, we were at 24 million euros. And then you can see that this translates that we have quite a lot of operating leverage. So whenever we grow the business, we have quite a big impact on profitability, because we can optimize the factory and we get more and more cohorts of customers that are ordering with us, and we don't need additional marketing expense. So we have quite a nice EBIT development as we continue to grow the business. Next years, we want to accelerate that. And we have a very focused strategy of rolling out our company on a European basis much more aggressively than what we have done in the past. For that, we will invest into our tech platform. We will invest into our brand, and of course, just grow our marketing presence, because we know the business model works in all European countries. So it's definitely time to push harder on internationalizing the business. And then it's quite on top of the pyramid, quite an interesting possibility is that since we are one of the large players in this market, we can consolidate the market, and there are quite a few interesting but smaller Rebelle type companies in Europe, and we definitely see a lot of potential of taking these on board and switching them to our platform.
So yeah, to wrap it up, thank you very much, Alex, and thank you very much to all of you for listening. We are on our way, I would say, to really become the first European mover in sustainable luxury e-commerce, to really become a larger and larger foot into the door, and to really jump on a very interesting trend. Not saying again that we are like in a very, very huge, attractive market. I think the business model also became clear, and also what I would say the big benefits of it are, to maybe repeat these. Like we're talking about a mega trend, we are talking about a mega market, we are talking about a very sticky customer base, having built a sustainable factory, and to finish this with a very attractive portfolio which we have to offer. So very happy to be here today, and open for any kind of questions.
Excellent. Just presuming I'm back in picture. Sorry, I was busy shopping online here at some interesting German e-commerce sites. Wow, okay, so sustainable, innovative, high-value checkouts, and rapid growth. Sounds like a recipe that might take you somewhere. So very interesting. We have received some questions, which we will ask the company. And let's see. So first one, considering the competitive landscape of re-commerce fashion, how do Rebelle differentiate from other second-hand luxury marketplaces? Good question.
Yeah, I think I basically touched base this a little bit during the presentation already. So what we do is really focusing on the luxury space. And this means on one hand that we are really focusing on a product portfolio which offers only the top tier international designer brands. And then secondly, hand in hand with this, to really offer the best customer service and experience, which means that we take care of everything, like all operations, if you want so, like including photos, descriptions, translations, but also product check, price check, authenticity check, etc. And this is already seen from the customer perspective as the top tier service, which they don't get if they buy at eBay or like others. So it's really it's a consignment approach, much rather than a peer-to-peer approach, which I think also Alex said is the one which most of the competitors are following.
Right, thank you very much. Using that competitive advantage, looking at the pandemic effects and looking on where the industry trends are going, and where do you expect this to emerge going forward? That would be the question, if I've understood it correct here.
So I would clearly say that in the last years, and especially also throughout the pandemic, we have all seen that there's a growing customer base which puts sustainability in the focus of their purchasing behavior. And of course, this also happens heavily in fashion. And if we look also at what all the big designer brands, but also the big retailers such as Zalando, and I think also in the last days, we have all seen probably the news of like Nike burning their returns. I think it became very clear that for many brands, it's not necessarily, let's say, natural to really follow a truly sustainable path. So what we offer is like really just by itself a sustainable model, as we don't need any kind of resources to produce the products. And we really just support the idea on like wearing products longer and give them a second or even a third life. So what we, I think, really have to offer is the answer to what's currently really growing, and this is the demand for sustainable fashion.
Right, thank you. And considering burning refunds and 4% emissions, it seems there's things to be made in this area. And looking into that, I mean, you are rapidly growing as we speak, but would you tell us more about the potential international organic growth, and if that includes, or not if it includes, and the inclusion of M&A,
Sure.
as you mentioned?
What we saw, like quite shortly after we founded Rebelle, when we founded it, it was like basically it was a German company based in Germany, like with a German-speaking website, and we like very shortly after saw that there is a growing demand also from international countries. So we decided to really internationalize quite early in our startup life, I would say. Translate the website, but also made sure that we can offer the same service for all European countries. So to speak, like around about 70% of our trading volume are coming from what we call international orders, meaning that buyers and sellers are coming from different countries. And this is something we, of course, want to extend. We also have like international investors on board helping us doing this. We also identified very interesting European markets already. And what we also see is that there are some competitors out there who are something what we call local champions. They are not trading internationally at all, also because, of course, it makes things a little more complex and heavier. But what we have is a very scalable tech platform, and we know that there is a very, let's say, interesting way in onboard, well, like there would be an interesting way in onboard these companies to our platform, and thus also grow through M&A.
Perhaps just to add one sentence, we work with a single hub in whatever we do, and we can do that. We're based in Hamburg, and we ship throughout all of Europe from here, and we can do that quite easily and very nicely and very economically because our shopping baskets are so high. So it doesn't matter if we pay 5 or 10 euros for the shipping, and that makes it quite easy to scale the business internationally because we don't need any real local presence. We of course need to build our brand, and that always costs money. But in terms of operations, it's very easy to just switch on other countries and you get going.
Excellent, thank you. And I guess being within the luxury segment, it's a global market, and as you say, high volume basket would be important. Last question that came in through email when you said our investors. Would you be able to go through the owners of the company?
Sure. We have quite a few interesting owners, but let me just give you 3 examples. We have 2 Danish family offices that are supporting us. The one is the company that the investment company of the owners of the Pandora brand, Pandora Jewelry, and the other one is a family office called Frieden Invest, which is Niels Martinsen, a very seasoned Nordic fashion entrepreneur. So that gives us a very good insights into the consumer business on an international scale. And then the third owner that I would just like to mention is Mediaset, is Italy's largest media company, big TV group. And for that, it's quite interesting to have them on board because in the long run, Italy is a very interesting market because, of course, half of our brands come from Italy, and Italian consumers just love these kind of products that we have many of.
All right. Thank you very much. We are at overtime, and I'm hearing people around here saying that I've used a lot of time. So I would like to say thank you very much to Alexander and Cecile. It's been great having you here, and we'll close down Hamburg, and we'll be back in just a bit with the Swedish clean tech company Pharem. Thank you very much. Vi har ett bolag som vi har en slott, bolagsfick And we're back. And with the next presentation coming up, we're moving from one sustainable sector to another one, which is the clean tech industry. And I'm here together with Martin Ryen, CEO and founder of the company Pharem, and he will take us through the presentation. And I don't have anything to say anymore, so leaving it over to you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I represent Pharem. We're a clean tech company in the wastewater treatment sector, focusing on very difficult type of organic micropollutants, a big challenge in the area, but also see a lot of business opportunities within this market, which I hope I will be able to shine some light upon. My name is Martin Ryen. I'm the CEO and founder of the company. It's my innovations and ideas that the company is built upon. In the management team, I also have Christian Ryen. He has a strong background in management. He's been managing environmental changes in large companies like Vattenfall here in Sweden, Avinor in Norway, and similar other companies. As CTO, we have Maria Amble. She's a former assistant professor at KTH, one of the biggest universities here in Sweden, focused really on industrial biotechnology, exactly what we are using in our tech. So we have a very strong team with vision, creativity, organization structure, and key knowledge within the specific technological area that we're working with. And what we are really focusing on are micropollutants or organic micropollutants. And these are things that cause quite severe environmental challenges. And many of them are also up on the UN Sustainability Development Goals. Like, for example, chemicals from plastics causing hormone disruption in fishes and animals and diminishing these type of populations. We have PFAS in drinking water sources, making them unusable, so they are being completely shut down. Or we have pharmaceuticals. My research was about antibiotics before I started the company, and looking at how we can remove antibiotics from the environment to prevent resistance development. And that's of course one of the big societal challenges we have looking into the future. So really big challenges, and this is just a few of the ones caused by these type of organic micropollutants. What they have in common, though, is that many of them actually are not treated by the wastewater treatment plants. So when they end up in the wastewater through industries and society and so on, they're not being treated, but go completely through and into our environment and causing all of these type of challenges. But it's not that there doesn't exist solutions that could be installed in these plants to solve these type of problems. It's just that they are very complex to implement. Two technologies that are talked about a lot in this area is ozone and activated carbon, for example. But they cause a lot of complex, large installations that only the largest, richest plants are able to actually handle. They are also connected with a lot of work hazards, which turn around a big part of the market as well. And all in all, it ends up being a very expensive type of installation for these plants, and the cost level is just more than what the market is ready to pay for. And that's even though there's been going a lot of money into these type of technologies to try to optimize them and try to improve the cost unit economics for these technologies, but not much has happened the last 10-15 years. And it's still a standstill on the market, and you see a shift going on for trying to actually pay for the installations instead of the market trying to take it up. So there's a shift going on, a lot of money going into it, but there's still a lot of resistance, and exactly this schism between this is where we see the market opportunity on the market. And to change the status quo, we see the only opportunity is to actually implement a new type of technology, and that's where we have Simatic, which is our technology platform, where we address exactly these type of challenges that we see that, or these things that the market is demanding, and that is a low-cost application. It needs to be simple and safe, and another aspect is also that looking into the future and future-proof the technology is that it needs to be able to both take all the pollutants that you see today, but also being able to adapt to coming pollutants that we discover in the future are a big problem for the environment. And how we do this mainly is through enzymes. And enzymes is what nature uses to break down things. So when you see things being broken down in the forest or when you digest food, for example, pretty much all of it is done by enzymes. And there are billions and billions of enzymes out there, which allows to have an enormous library to start picking and learn about enzymes to break down different types of pollutants. And over the years we have built up a library of enzymes. So we can nowadays break down pretty much any type of organic micropollutant, and we can then mix together these enzymes depending on the customer demand and make a solution that really targets the pollutants that they have a challenge with. But that, of course, solves one of the things that we are trying to solve for the customer. We also want to have it simple and low cost, and that's where the remaining parts of the innovation comes into picture. And we have developed a method to bind the enzymes onto a material that exists in big bulk. It's a silica-based material, so it's you can buy it in enormous amounts at very low cost. And why we want to bind the enzymes onto the surface of this material is because the enzymes are not being used up when they break down a pollutant. They can redo the reaction over and over again. So if we focus, so if we can remain the enzymes in a small volume, we can process large amounts of water through that volume, and of course ends up having great unit economics due to that. And the details about this technology is of course quite complex, but the end result is what is really important, and that is, we call it as simple as sand. And why that is important is because you see it on the picture, it is a sand-like material, and we can use this in any kind of sand filtration infrastructure already that already exists on the market. That means that and sand filtration is something that is already well established, been existing for a very long time, very common in wastewater treatment plants. And so everyone knows how it works. There exists a global infrastructure, how to handle, service, and design systems for this. And we can use the exact same infrastructure for our sand material as well. So we don't have to reinvent system designs and these kind of things. We just need to partner up with an organization that already handles sand filtration systems, and they can use our sand as well. And that, of course, allows the customer to have a technology that is very easy to use, very simple to address, and no one really have any challenge with trying to implement this in a large plant out there. And using the same same type of sand filtration infrastructure, we already cater to a big part of the market. We have the Simatic Smart solution, which is a modular plug-and-play solution that is more catered towards small and medium-sized wastewater treatment plants. We have the Simatic Pro, which is a much more like a bed type of solution, which is for the larger plants. And we also work a lot towards the industry, because they also have a lot of larger industries usually have their own wastewater treatment, and no one wants to spend a lot of money on pollution. So here we also have a portfolio for different type of removal for challenging pollutants in their wastewater streams, and cater to certain aspects of the industrial market. And this is actually where we have most of our customers today in the industrial sphere, but we also are expanding into the municipal market at the moment. This technology have been verified on a large scale through European Union, the Horizon 2020 project. We had a peak performance above 90%, which is important to show that you can come up in very high removal rates at a very cost-effective structure with many pollutants over a long time. We had above 70% removal, and that is important because that's where the European Union is expected to put their regulation level in the future. And the European Union deemed this as a TRL 8 or Technology Readiness Level 8 project, which is as high as you can get within the innovation funding sphere of European Union. 9 is when you have full-scale paying customers, so to say. We published these results in February this year. It's all public. Since then, we have pushed a lot more into the market. We already have established partnership with turnkey contractors in Malmberg here in Sweden, Soberfield in Germany, Isle in Netherlands. We have been working together. We have been working with industrial customer like Lonza, which is one of the biggest pharmaceutical companies in the world, and we have finished several projects with them already and have more coming in. So they have been very happy with what we've done so far. We're working with Awardit, which is one of the biggest organization running municipal plants in Denmark for a plant connected to a hospital. A very interesting project. We have partnerships where we have been subcontracted or partner up with trying to solve more niche type of areas of things, but it shows also how the technology can be used for bigger aspects than what we have focused on right now. And this is just a few of the things that we have going on at the moment. A very interesting aspect of the technology is, of course, also the business model, which I want to talk a little bit about, because the cost level is really important when it comes to this market. When it comes to the CapEx at cost installation, we are about a 10th compared to our competitors, which of course leaves a lot of opportunities in the business model, how to approach the market. We can be either very much cheaper, or we can take a big margin and use that margin for other strategic choices. But the interesting part comes when it comes to the OpEx. Our competitors, the operative cost for the customer for these technologies, 90% of it goes to electricity, personnel, pumping, and other things on site. While the operative cost for our technology, actually 90% of that, it's opposite. 90% of that goes to paying for the semantic sand that we need to replace over time. So over time, we will earn way more than our competitors do on each customer. So even if we offer a lower installation cost and competitive or even lower operative costs than our competitors, we will actually earn more over time per customer than they do. And looking into the market a little bit more, other advantage of this technology is, of course, it's important that you have a certain removal level, which we have already proven that we have. But the big challenge has been to actually reach certain cost level as well. Most new technologies you see entering the market are more in the ultra nanofiltration type of implementation, which is very high removal, but still at a very high cost. The only two technologies that are close to the area where the market wants to be, apart from us, is ozone and activated carbon. But I would say Sematic is the only technology that actually fits into this region. And if you want to be able to get the broad aspect of the market, this is the area that you need to fit into. The cost structure, of course, is a very important approach for the market. And it's important on the industrial market, but on the municipal market, when you have a lot of public tenders, it usually almost depends on the cost structure, so that's a big advantage there. The scalability, of course, we can use any sand filtration infrastructure already existing on a local market, so all we need to expand into new market is to partner up with a local company that already have this in place. And we can, of course, and the scalability of the technology is also very important when you look at smaller, medium-sized plants, because the complexity of the other technologies doesn't scale very well downwards. The small customer needs to pay almost as much as the large one. We scale very well. So I think we have a great opportunity on the medium and small-sized wastewater treatment plants, especially. We've gotten a lot of recognition. Just a month ago, we won an international prize in US, where over 500 international green tech companies applied for it, and we came out on top, highlighting exactly the aspects of solving really challenging environmental problems, but also trying to solve it by catering to the market demands. We also had other recognition over the years and a lot of great mentorship through Prince Daniel Fellowship and Scale Up Academy currently, for example, which has really pushed a lot of the strategic work in the company. And we see it is an international interest in this technology. Most of the installations happening are done in Northern Europe, but you talk about it on a European level, and you do see things happening in rest of Europe as well. But this is the furthest gone market, of course. But we do get interest from all over the world. We have interest from North America with the price, for example, but we also have a lot of requests from Canada. We got a lot of requests from China, Australia. We might actually set up a demonstration system in Australia within short time. So there is a lot of interest. And we, of course, do also see this on the revenue side. We have grown by 400% this year alone compared to last year. We have incoming projects that is way above what we've had before. And this is going to be the big challenge for the company going forward, is to grow and scale up the business to be able to handle the increasing pipeline and the number of projects that are coming into the project. And we really see this, that we really have coming in with a new type of technology, which we do have patented as well, of course. We are leading in this area with unique offers that our competitors are not able to do. And in that way, we really believe that we can disrupt this market and really drive the advancement of treating these type of environmental pollutants in the environment as well. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. Very interesting presentation and well put. So I guess we could probably be in agreement of that the water pollution is a well-known problem. I guess that it will not develop in the right way just in the next couple of years, but that would take me also to a question, where will you be in the next 5 years?
No, but we've been seeing this standoff in the market for many years. We've been around for 8 years now, so we've been into the market for a while, even though it's just the last 2 years that we've really been going into the market. And we have seen almost no change. The more and more money is put into the market, but there's not the acceleration is not going that much faster, and it is really because the cost structure and these kind of things. And we see that we can, with our technology, hopefully disrupt and accelerate the market by actually offering something that the market wants. So showing at historical trends, not too much will happen in 5 years, but I think with our offering to the market, I hope we can be part of driving the acceleration in the market, making more happen, and that we actually will be positioned as one of the main drivers in this market already within 5 years.
Excellent. Well, very prudent. So what I'm hearing is that you want to be the #1 water clean tech company in the world, but that was just my words. Okay.
Yeah.
Some other questions that we have received actually before the presentation. You touched upon this on the last slide when you wrapped up, but would you consider the technological innovation to be your advantage against competitors, or is there something else that would differentiate Pharem against other solutions?
The technology itself is more what opens the door to being able to do what we do. So the technology and the innovation itself is more an enabler, but our true offer to the market is to do it at low cost, simple and safe installations, and that we are also future-proof in the way that we can always adapt the solution on site towards the pollutants that they have a challenge with. So I think that's going to be the winning concept, regardless of the technology behind it, but the technology is what enables us to actually do it. All right,
it's your words that it would be a winning concept, but I've never heard anyone wanting to have a difficult installment, low lifetime, and at higher cost. So it seems that you're ticking the boxes. Excellent.
Trying to, at least.
Perfect. I have a last question to you, unless there's someone who's really fast on email or chat. But anyhow, here it goes. So what would you consider to be the key market drivers within your addressable market?
We talked a lot about the municipal side. I can talk a little bit about the industrial side as an example. no one wants to pay for waste. Here they don't think too much about maybe the environmental aspect of things and these kind of aspects. But we do see companies, instead of installing these competing technologies that cost that they think cost too much, they are more happy to even pay the fee for releasing these type of pollutants, and because it costs less than actually paying for the technology that they want to install. So if we can show a model that really reduces the cost on the industrial side, I think we can make a lot of companies to actually take a bigger environmental responsibility and actually take care of the pollutants that they release into the water.
Excellent. So aiming for incentives and disrupting the free economics behind the pollution. That's very interesting. All right. So thank you very much for the presentation. I know that you will be available for any questions that will be asked from the audience. And we'll be back shortly with the next presentation. And we're back, and we'll just address one important question that has came through through an anonymous email. David is not here. I'm here instead. David is homesick. So is the other temp, and I'm filling in as third temp. So from one Anders to another Anders, it's going to be a very interesting presentation. I've heard that semiconductors is somewhat on everyone's topic right now, so we'll leave it over to you.
Thank you very much. So my name is Anders Storm. I'm the Group CEO of Sivers Semiconductors, and I'm happy to be here today. And we're going to have sort of a bit of a technical focus. It's a technical seminar, but going to tell you also a bit about the background of the company. So if we look, Sivers Semiconductors is a company who has been working in two different verticals. One is in the wireless vertical, and the other one is in photonics. And the wireless vertical, we're doing 5G chipsets. And in the photonics vertical, we're doing lasers and light sources for different applications. So I'm going to tell you more about that. The company was recently listed on the mid-cap NASDAQ. Before that, we've been on NASDAQ First North. Today, the company is about 126 people. We were 100 people actually when we started this year. We have a lot of very well-educated personnel doing these really high-tech solutions. We have over 20 PhDs today. Our main office is in Kista, and we also have our photonics business in Glasgow and an R&D office in Gothenburg. However, recently we also did an acquisition of Mixcom, and we signed a deal here in October, and we are now waiting for closing, which will probably happen in Q1 due to US regulations called CFIUS. But this is also a transformative acquisition for us. We're changing the company from being sort of a European-based company to a more US-based company, which is extremely important. We will go to about 145 employees. We will also add another 20 PhDs into the company. And we're also adding a quite interesting mix of new products, and we are increasing the addressable market within the sort of the 5G and high frequency called millimeter wave products, and increasing the number of design wins from 26 today to 44 and so forth. So this is a very important step for us, adding an office outside of New York and also one in San Diego. So the journey over the last 5 years has been very interesting. When I started in 2015 and then took over as a CEO in 2016, we were on Aktietorget still. We were only like 20 employees. We had a turnover about 18 million kroners. We are today a company of almost 140 people now, and we have a turnover of 100 million. We created a lot of new products. We now acquired 2 companies. First of all, CST Global in 2017, which is now our photonics business. And we also acquired now Mixcom lately. And we've done a journey via sort of Aktietorget, First North, and now also to the main list. And we have accelerated the number of customers. We have 26 design wins. We have a lot of Fortune 100 customers in our photonics business and so forth. So now a video.
Today, broadband and being connected is equally important as water and electricity. Without reliable technology, there will be impact on your everyday life. At worst, with devastating consequences. Sivers Semiconductors is a vital link in the chain to secure a connected and safer world. With small, efficient products and strong commitment, we achieve great things. With focus on semiconductor technology, our passion goes from innovation at every stage, all the way to our customers' success. It's a passion for customers, products, and technologies, and how they contribute to a more connected and safer world. That's us, passionate, at the heart of innovation.
So that tells you a little bit about how important technology is now and also even more in the future. It's going to be a safety issue with cars. It's going to be sort of the connectivity you need to live and breathe and everything in the future. So by that, our sort of technology is addressing this by sort of the telecom and data communication within 5G and photonics within sensors and datacom and so forth. We are addressing 2 really large markets with a quite great total addressable market, and a growth potential in these markets are everything from 40 to 100% per year. Looking at, for example, the fixed wireless access market we're addressing with our 5G chipsets, it's going to grow, over 80% going forward, and so forth. Also, with the acquisition of Mixcom, we are addressing a lot of new markets, like the SATCOM, radar market, and also in the future the handsets and so forth in this. So it is also quite important in the future that all the connectivity that we're going to have is going to range from satellites, 5G, lasers, and fiber and so forth. And that's where we want to be. We want to address those markets and be one of the technology leaders in this. And what are we doing? What kind of chips are we doing to do that? So we're doing chipsets. So example, here is sort of the wide variety of chipsets that Mixcom has, everything from sort of chipsets that called beamformers, that's sending out the technology out into the air. We have SATCOM chipsets. We do repeaters that we can send information and reduce the cost of the 5G network. We also have algorithms to make it even better. The current Sivers portfolio is doing chipsets for everything from home units, for wireless broadband, for track-to-train applications, for different types of 5G applications, everything ranging from unlicensed to licensed 5G. So we're covering quite a wide area in the 5G sense. So here is one example, is one of our biggest customers, Adtran, who is a US-based company. They've started the rollout recently with their small cells and home units where we are inside. These are some of their customers. They are building up. I think there's sort of 6, 7 of them here, and they are winning constantly more customers. And since we are being a component company, we are sort of living off that they are winning more and more business. And this company has sort of customers in 68 different countries, ranging from the largest one, which is called Tier 1s, all the way down to service providers in Tier 3 size. Another customer we have, which is now rolling out their products and doing proof of concepts, it's Cambium, another US-based company from Chicago. Very interesting product that they have developed, and that's now going out to the market. They also have a very big network of customers. They have 17,000 network operators around the world, 10,000 channel partners. All of this is where we're going to see, in the future, a way of winning this kind of business. And what kind of product is it? It's sort of everything from SATCOM terminals to satellites. It's base stations for 5G. It's home units. It's repeaters. It's also track-to-train and transportation, or radars and that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of different applications where we can use the same kind of chipset and be able to sort of leverage the factor of growing in that sense. Also in our photonics business, we're making laser chipsets in different type of applications. And here we're using other technology than the semiconductors we're using in our 5G business. It's indium phosphide and other type of technologies, and they can be used for everything of being a light source into a fiber to the home or a data center, or what we lately have a very interesting project with AR Labs, where we're doing actually optical I/O inside high-speed computers. Another area we've been really successful is within the sensor business, where you can use different sensors, and where you're sending light out into the air and you can measure different type of things, molecules in the air, fingerprints, face recognition, that kind of stuff. And that's where we won lately two Fortune 100 customers. I've been working with them, one for 3 years and one for sort of the last year. And here you can see some of that work we've been doing. So this large Fortune 100 customer, which is a really big technology company who's building products for consumer electronics, they invested over 100 million now in 2 different products that we're working on, which going to be one product. And we expect this to come to fruition as soon as possible. We really hope to see this going into volume production. And first, we're doing what's called pilot lines. The other customer is more of R&D. They had the product with us for a year ago, and they are now evaluating that technology and so forth. And we're seeing even more Fortune 100 customers now on the west coast of the US that are very interested in this kind of technology, and also how silicon photonics can be used. So here is another example, which is a very exciting project that we just signed with a company called AR Labs. They are sort of the #1 top company when it comes to a new technology to send light within computers instead of sending electricity over copper, which has sort of reached the wall now when it comes to Moore's law. So here you can actually send light between the CPUs and the GPUs within the computer in the future, and that's going to reduce the electricity by almost 90%, and it's also going to give you an opportunity to actually advance Moore's law, so you can send terabit speeds within the computers, and that is what is needed in the sort of high-speed computing in the future. This is a very large ecosystem that is now growing up around silicon photonics, where we are doing the photonics part of the silicon, and we have partners like IMEC, AR Labs, Global Foundries, and others around this. So with this technology, you can do sort of the optical communications and all of that I talked about. You can also do radar type of things with light called LiDAR, and you can do all of these biosensing things that we talked about around the Fortune 100s. So this is an ecosystem where we're now sort of growing and going in deeper to. We're also working on this sort of sustainable future, and I already mentioned, you know, the 90% reduction using light instead of electricity over copper. We're doing this constantly with other type of technologies, and our part in this is, of course, to try to reduce the energy consumption by 50 to 90% by using different type of technologies here. And this is a part we will start working on more and more and try to also get it out to the market for the understanding of what we are doing as a sustainable company for the future. So what have happened over the last year? It's been quite an interesting year for us. We've sort of added 5 new design wins within our 5G business. We have a total of 26 now. Including MixComm, we have 44, where we're seeing sort of a lot of them coming to volume next year. We also got orders from this Fortune 100 customer of 25 million this year. We got our first volume order for 5G, which is quite interesting now that we're getting into volume. We've been growing the company in Q2, Q3 on the 5G side by 66% in sales. We were also approved for trading on Nasdaq main list and went directly into the mid-cap segment. We also started a very interesting partnership with IMEC and ASM around silicon photonics. And if you're really interested in that, please go to our website and look at the Capital Markets Day we just had 5-6 weeks ago. Very interesting presentations by IMEC on that one. We're also seeing a long-term customer in Japan, Fujikura, coming to mass market. We're negotiating contract with them as we speak. We're opening up our first US person in photonics now there, and as well as increasing now with MixComm. We're also launching our next generation 5G chipset. You cannot just live on what you have, but we're also looking to do that, and that's part of this big order we have for 2023 and so forth. We also have the contract with AR Labs, which is quite interesting. And of course, the acquisition of MixComm that we just did, as well as the sort of a $45 million direct share issue in conjunction with that acquisition, both to the cash portion of that acquisition, but also to further grow the company. And I mean, we've gone from 100 to 140 people now and are really tracking for a very interesting year in 2022 and 2023 forward. And we're really looking to sort of build this company up so we can have a long-term, interesting company to grow and grow with the market. So that is all I had. So thank you very much for listening.
And thank you very much for presenting. Excellent presentation and great wrap-up. Well, we have some questions that I will go through, but the most obvious one that you, of course, are mentioning throughout all presentations, all dialogues, etc. But let me just put it out there. Would you just be able to elaborate a little bit about how the semiconductor crisis has affected the company?
Yeah. So from the beginning, it was quite sort of okay, but now just recently, and the 2 customers I actually showed you here, both Cambium and Adtran, have themselves flagged now for the issues. And of course, being in the middle of a ramp up with those customers, it's not the best situation to be in. So they are affected in how much volume they can get out because there are other components in the boxes they are selling. It could be everything from a sort of an oscillator to whatever, and that is, of course, hindering them to grow and so forth. And we're seeing that sort of, I would say, plus 6 months or something like that, and that's what Adtran is telling the market as well. So, of course, it's not optimal in any way to have a pandemic and also now sort of component issues in the middle of your own sort of growth phase. We grow 20% in the third quarter anyway, and we grow about 118% with our 5G business in the second quarter. However, it's giving us some concerns, of course. But we're looking, further out. It's not quarter by quarter. It's like 1, 2, 3 years. That's where you're going to see the change, and everything we have invested in and everything we're doing is sort of focusing on that.
So what we're hearing is that you're here for the long run, and the current growth is very nice. It's nice figures, but you want more, which is excellent to hear. Very nice ambitions. So moving over then and talking about the acquisition of Mixcom, one question was, what synergies do you expect other than growing customers, growing staff, etc., and what plans are there for future M&A activities?
Yeah. So Mixcom is an extremely important acquisition for us. First of all, they've been one of the few competitors that has sort of really challenged us in some of the RFQs we've done. So it's very nice to get them into the family and stop that sort of. Another thing is, of course, that they are located very close to one of the foundries, Global Foundries foundry in upstate New York, and also Global Foundries is actually an owner part of that, so they will become an owner of us, and of course having that relationship with your supplier and the most important supplier as well, because they have been our supplier as well, is going to be extremely important for us. As well as I think we've been sort of trying now to hire people in the US and get into the US, and US being the first market and the first moving advantage in all these markets we're working on, getting that footprint in there and getting sort of 20 highly educated people coming from, Columbia University, Oregon University, professors, PhDs, that's going to be fundamentally good for us, I think.
Excellent. So quick entrance to the US is what we're hearing.
Absolutely.
So moving over, you mentioned, as we are in the US, you mentioned West Coast. We have mentioned Silicon Photonics. Would you tell us a little bit more about that? You mentioned first customer prototypes will be ready in...
Yeah, I think Q4 now we're sort of seeing that the prototype's going to go to AR Labs. Yes.
All right. And when do you expect that this could be scaled up?
Yeah. So the AR Labs project is sort of a long-term one. I mean, they are working on the forefront of technology here and changing Moore's law. So depending on how you use the technology, there's 3 different steps. You have the sort of interconnect between the racks within sort of the data center. Then you have the switches, and then you have within the high-speed computer. So these are going to be in different steps. I think in the end of next year, possibly we're going to see the first sort of interconnect between computers. Then you have the next step is the switches, and then 3-4 years down the line, you will start seeing things with the really big volumes with inside computers, because that will require, Intel, which is one of the big investors in AR Labs, and NVIDIA and all of those guys to change the structure of their own sort of computing platforms, basically. So it's a bit longer, but that's sort of where we are going, and that's really the most exciting technology in my mind.
Still in a close future, but with a lot of things happening along the way.
Absolutely.
So I think the last question, unless anything else has come in through the chat now, is regarding other applications. Is there anything else identified that you would be able to do or planning to expand into?
Yeah, so what I'm seeing now with one of the acquisition of Mixcom is, of course, the whole SATCOM market. We're seeing, Elon Musk and Amazon, Kuipers, all of those things are happening, and that's sort of a complementary business to all other connectivity from sort of fiber to the home to data centers to 5G and so forth. And being part of that really interesting ecosystem coming and growing, that I think is going to be one of the most exciting. And Mixcom already bringing in a customer with revenue already next year in this is going to be very exciting for us.
I think excitement will be the wrap-up of this presentation. So I would like to say thank you very much. We had the presentation here. We know where to follow you and how to contact you. And thank you very much. We'll be back shortly with the next presentation.
Thank you, Anders.
Hello, Stefan, and hello, everyone watching. We are ready for the next presentation, where we'll receive a presentation from Stefan Persson, CEO of the company Precise Biometrics. And I guess you will be talking a little bit more than only about biometrics, but leaving it over to you, and we'll have some interesting questions for you as soon as you are done. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Anders. So let's see if the presentation is running. Yes, so my name is Stefan Persson, and I'm the CEO for Precise Biometrics now since 3 years ago. This journey here started 3 years ago when we started to move from a technology-driven company to a company addressing end consumer and people out there in the daily life. So how to utilize our technology to get a better and safer and more convenient life every day. And by that time we introduced also "You are the key." So that's our slogan now. We have trademarked it and we communicate that in all different social media and all different marketing activities. Today, we are 50 people. We were founded in 1997. We are more or less covering the whole world. We have offices in Shanghai, Lund, and Potsdam. Today, we have 2 different business units. We have the previous Algo based on the fingerprint sensor. And we have the digital identity, which is the new one now since 2 years ago. We are on a small cap, approximately 400 million in value. When we started the journey here 3 years ago, we had a sales of approximately 60 million. We started with efficiency, with focusing on the right customer in the Algo area, and we have been growing since that, and now we are a little bit less than 100 million. And this journey have just started. 3 years ago also we started investment in DI. So what we have decided now is that we take all the cash we generate in the Algo business from the healthy Algo and move that into the DI because they have a growth potential which is really huge, and I will come back to that later. And due to our reputation in the market with the quality and all that, we actually have a very, very good situation to move forward both in Algo and the digital identity area. We are working today with really large players like Qualcomm, BOE, Galaxy Core, TDK in the Algo area. So if you're utilizing a phone, an Android phone, it's most probably our fingerprint Algo that is opening up the applications in the phone. Since we entered the DI area, we have now been able to integrate and cooperate with really large players here like Bravida, Sabloy, and RCO. So we are actually one of the companies that have most cooperation with really, really key players, and I will come back to that later also. In the enterprise area, we're working with big companies like Bloomberg, Samsung, Hyundai for car, for instance, which is a very interesting applications going forward. There are more and more of both payment and personal settings will be based on your biometrics. And Algeco, and now recently also Yubico. As I said earlier, we're covering more or less the whole globe. We have the sales rep in Taiwan, Korea, and in Shanghai, we are handling all the Algo business with the customer in China, Taiwan, and Korea. In Lund, we have the main development site with the product management and staff functions. And then in the US, we are taking care of the US market and some development also. Very experienced management. Recently, Annika Frey joined us from Axis as the CFO. Tom Sörberg is our CTO with a huge experience both in hardware and software from Husqvarna, Ericsson, and Bang & Olufsen. And Fredrik Sjöholm is heading up the sales with a lot of experience of selling software with different companies. Board of directors here, very good support here from Torgny Hellström, chairman, also chairman in Starbreeze. Torbjörn Clements, previous working as CFO for many companies on stock exchange markets. Sydney, previous CEO for SE Banking Card, and Mats Lindorff, a lot of experience in the CTO area, and now recently also is a part of the board. With a very good experience in cybersecurity, which is needed now when we're entering the DI area. The journey started 3 years ago when we established a digital identity. We took experience from our biometrics, combined that with new employees in the cloud areas, and that we built the unique product that have been now out for 2 years' time. It's very stable. We get more and more customer every week, so we are now into an acceleration of the unique. And we started to look into opportunity for acquisitions also, to see if we can add more technology or add market or add different customer into our portfolio to even further and faster grow the company. The product as such for DI is very simple. This is the only digital end-to-end solution that's available in the market. So via a very simple link from the administrator, you take a selfie on the phone or on the mobile. Via our cloud solution, we send that to the on-prem access area. And that loop from you take the selfie to you can open up the door takes only 30 seconds. And when you're entering the application or the door, then it will automatically inform the administrator that you have now entered the facilities. One of our largest customer is Algeco. Algeco have temporary space buildings up north, very close to Northvolt, where there are approximately 1,000 workers. In the past, they have opened up the facility and where they're living with keys and cars, with a lot of hassle and a lot of problems, but due to the fact that installed a unique product now, everything can be handled via our system. And I will show you a short video here to see how it works. So this is the Skellefteå site with a lot of facilities, and here you have one worker coming, and he had done the enrollment, and he opened up the front door with his face algorithm. And there you get the green light and means the door is opening. He then goes to the corridor where he has his room where he's living. And when he's entering the corridor, there's a new camera. And then you get the match with the biometrics, and which means that his door is now open. And this also means that you have automatic check-in, you have automatic check-out. So instead of a lot of people working to handle keys, cards, and codes, you can now actually handle this with the unique system on distance. So we have the digital onboarding tool, we have the cloud experience that we have developed, which means that we can send your credential all over the world, and we have done the physical access. Next step now is to integrate this with an eID platform. In Sweden we have BankID, Freja eID and all this. And we have done that, then suddenly we have the opportunity to address even a bigger market out there. One example can be, for instance, the hospital. Today there is a lot of card, keys, codes for the people who's working at the hospital, but if you utilizing our system, you're utilizing your biometrics to enter the building, you have access to the different department that you should have access. You open up your different applications on the computers with the biometrics, and then you can open up the cabin where you store the medical, and only the one who have access to the cabin can open up, because normally there's a lot of problem with people who stealing medical there, and that is gone with our system. We are running that pilot right now in Region Skåne. Of course, long lead time before implementation, but it works perfectly. The addressable market for this type of product when it comes to access is more than 2.5 billion just in Nordic. And we started now in Sweden. We have more than 60 installations in Sweden, where the addressable market is more than 1 billion SEK. There are different verticals, and the most interesting vertical as we see right now is the industrial and commercial building, but we have also installed a product in other applications like apartments, block constructions, and gym. As I said, we started here 2019. The first pilot was made end of 2019. The first customer was Exeger in Stockholm, to protect their production, to make sure that no one that was not allowed to come in that came in. Directly after that, Friskis and Svettis installed that, which means that out of normal working hours, now you can go to Friskis and Svettis and train there if you're allowed to access it. As I said earlier, one of our largest customer, Algeco, then joined the program, and now today we have a lot of installations in Sweden, and actually we have started to have the first installation in Norway and Germany also as an upside. One example there is, for instance, Railers. They have now installed the system in Gothenburg. They're now looking into do that in Stockholm and Malmö, and they have more than 50 facilities in Sweden where they're looking into utilize this. Even Spotify using it. Some people don't want to leave the car when they are parked the car in the garage, so they're just looking into the camera and then the door is opening up here. One important part when it comes to growth here is to have the foundation when it comes to partnership. And we started already in the beginning to make sure that this works with already existing platforms and systems out there. So we are now integrated with RCO, ASA, Bravida, Tidomat, JonDeTech, LS, Lenel, and Telcred, which means that we are more or less covering the whole existing system base in Sweden, where you can do upsell with our system. Another thing that is important is the distributor, where we have contract with Hatteland, Elektroskandia, and Kopiax, which means that our system is available out there when there is sales ongoing. Another thing is that we have a very small sales force, and we then need to have contract with the installers, which are meeting our customers every day. So we have more than 60 installers now, like Satego, Elio, and Great Security, that are selling our products. Then, of course, we're focusing on the biometrics, we're focusing on the cloud distribution and the SaaS model as we're selling this as a service. But then there are other type of technology that we have partnership with, like Axis and Hanba for the cameras. We have Simon Voss for door locks, etc. And that is something ongoing and will continue. And it's really important for the growth opportunity for the company. Of course, there are competitors. There is no major competitor in Nordics yet. All the competitors, like there are some large, of course, like Supreme and Idemia. They are handling both hardware and software. We are focusing on the software only. We are hardware agnostic, which is an extremely strong message to the market. There is no one that have this digital end-to-end solution, which means that you need to enroll locally when you're utilizing any of the competitor solution out there today. So the market is huge. There is no one that have been able to develop it in the way we have done it yet. Of course, that will come. It's healthy with the competition, but as it is right now, we are in the front lead of the product as it is right now. We are moving the company from a traditional biometric company where we were selling the software to the sensor suppliers that then later was selling to Samsung, Oppo, Vivo. That is, of course, the majority of our sales today, but we are accelerating the DI, the SaaS, and the ARR, the annual revenue, recurrent revenue, which means that we will be a total different company down the road. That is, of course, very interesting from the value of the company point of view, and the journey there have just started. So there is a huge opportunity to be part of this journey if you're interested, of course. So we have a very good background in terms of the technology, in terms of the biometrics understanding. We can see the biometrics now is the interest and understanding about together with the digitalization is increasing every day. The journey has just started there, and there will be a lot of opportunity. And the reason for that is, of course, ease of use. You don't need to bring any cards, remember PIN codes or any tags. You don't need to even bring your mobile phone. You just come as you are and utilizing your biometrics to enter a facility or any other applications. And it's really high security because you can't copy the biometrics. You can always copy a PIN code and a card. So there's a good trend in the market right now where we have a very, very interesting position. And together with our reputation in the market, together with all the good things we have done so far, we now can see that we started to accelerate the digital identity. And we will continue to do that. We will continue to look into the opportunity to acquire a company in the technical area or in area with interesting customer or interesting market. So that journey have just started. By that, I hand over to you again, Anders, I think.
Perfect. Thank you very much for a great presentation. And one question that came into my mind, at least, when you said that this is more secure with biometrics, come as you are. What happens if you have a very identical evil twin?
Well, that's of course that can be a problem if it's a very evil twin, but then you should add more biometrics. So what we have done, for instance, we have the solution implemented at the nuclear plant in Oskarshamn, where you combine different type of biometrics. You can always step up the modality, and by that increase the security. So if you have a solution to just bring out your bicycle, then you keep it on a very low security, because it maybe doesn't matter if the twin takes the bicycle. But if you're going to enter the nuclear plant, then you add everything, because then you will really want to have high security. So there is solution for that applications also.
Great answer. So multi-level security is what we're hearing, and keeping evil twins out. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Another question that we will need to step into when it comes to this area as well. Let's see if this this might be a repeating of other questions, but there is a shortage in the world of components. How has this affected you and the third quarter, which you just recently released?
Yeah, it was affected direct and indirect. Indirect via our customer and partners in the algo area that have problem to deliver to the OEM and the mobile phones. But we have seen, and we hope that the bottom was now in Q3. We see a good trend here in the beginning of Q4. So hopefully that was the bottleneck. We could see that directly also when it comes to DI, because computers and all that you utilize when you install our system, there was lead time up to 26 weeks. That is down now to in the area of 12 weeks, which means that we have a pretty good momentum right now, which means that our installers and distributors can do the installation of the system. So we are in a good trend, I would say. But let's see when we're ending the quarter where we will be.
All right. So good trend. And speaking about positive trends, growth areas going forward, would you just elaborate on that? And also, when it comes to digital identity, what value will that create for the company? And what does it mean for the business model in the future? So it's a 3-level high security question.
Yeah, so the growth is especially in the DI, and it's a huge opportunity there to growth. I mean, addressable market is just enormous in Sweden and Nordic. The company will be larger than it is today just to address the Swedish market in this area. So there is a huge opportunity there. And the base of the product is there. We are utilizing the SaaS model, software as a service. We have direct contact with the end customer. We have long contract. We always sign contract 3 years, and then it's continue. Actually, the churn rate is 0 today, which means that the one that have installed it, use it, are really satisfied, and we see upsells, which is absolutely not normal in this industry. When you enter the new product into a market, you always have problem, but we have more or less 0 problem, and all customers are happy and want to increase it. So there is a huge opportunity to growth in digital identity. When it comes to the algo area, it's a solid base now. We have a very nice margin, a very good cash flow that we have decided the last 2 years to actually utilize the cash to develop and invest in DI. So that is the situation right now, and we have huge hope in the future to look into other opportunities also to look into acquire companies in the digital identity area to accelerate the business even faster and further compared to today.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And it was a multi-layered question. So just repeating, you have a great foundation with cash flow. You are focusing on the ID in the future. That will mean a SaaS model, and there might be M&A attached to this strategy going forward. So last question before we're leaving you is actually regarding, you are looking for a new CEO of Precise, and I'm talking with the CEO of Precise. So what kind of candidate are you looking for?
So I'm part of that process, and it's very clear that the strategy is set and is fully aligned between the board of directors and the management. And what we are looking for right now is a person who can take the next step when it comes to acceleration of DI. We need to have a person that is open-minded so we can continue with the agile way of working. Of course, if the person have been involved in this type of business before when it comes to SaaS and selling software as a service would be really great. Then in the end, it's of course the board of directors' responsibility to hire the person. But I'm fully supportive and I'm part of that process, and I will be in the company until end of March. So we have strong hope. The foundation is there. We have done a good job, but now it's to take the next step and accelerate that.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And it's unfortunate we don't have a link down here where you could apply to the job, but anyhow, we'll fix that for the next round. Thank you very much for the presentation, and we'll be back shortly with the next one. And we are back, and it's with another company which is working in the re-commerce business, which is very interesting and a hot topic today. We have Patrick together with us today, who will run through the presentation of the company mResell. And there has been questions regarding how to pronounce the name of the company. So leaving it to you there, and it will be interesting hearing it from you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. mResell is the name of the company. And thank you for that. My name is Patrick Christiansen, and I have the honor to have 15 minutes to present my company to you guys, which is a challenge. I think that's the biggest challenge, right? If you wanted to present your company, you can talk for hours. Really short background on me. I've been an investor in this company since the inception, and I've been a board member since 2017, and I took over as a CEO in September last year. So I follow the company, I know the business inside out, and I'm running the company since last year. So jumping into the business then. The fundamental for me and for the company, I think, is the first thing there is the Trustpilot. So we have an average of 4.6 rating out of 5. And I think that is the fundamental because we have happy customers, that is returning customers, and spreading the word about mResell. Revenue this year will end up in around 9.5 million euros. And to achieve that revenue, we're shipping around 17,300 products. And we are currently present in 10 countries, where Sweden is the HQ, and we have the factory there, what we call it. So all the products that we are selling, we're taking into our warehouse. We do the refurbs in-house, and fixing the products and shipping to the European markets from Sweden. Australia obviously is another story. It's 10% of our current business today, but it's really a huge opportunity. We are present in 10 countries and we have 8 languages. Our customer agents support and sales are sitting in Spain, in Fuengirola, and supporting the customers that is contacting us. We have a very good go-to-market strategy. I will talk a little bit more about that, and we have a world-class team of 25 people within the company. So you can have a good idea or a great business, but it's all about execution, right? And execution is that you need to have a team that actually can do it. So in the management team, we have very strong persons. We have Johan Norman as a CFO. He's been with the company for 4 years. He has a background from private equity and in other SaaS businesses. He's a really good CFO. And then we have the wizard in the company, Michal. He's located in Poland with his team. He's built the platform from scratch, basically since 2013, and he's managed the whole company. Then we have Gustav Tärning as the CMO. He's a strong experience from iGaming and from he's a highly decorated CMO. I think one of the best CMOs in Sweden, helping us building the platform. So he's been with the company since last summer, so it's a little bit more 1 year now. And then we have Harry Forsman, who's business development. He's located in Finland. He's an entrepreneur that came with an acquisition, and he's been with the company for 4 years. Supporting this team, we have a board of directors. As a chairman, we have Johan Kinander, who's founded Google in the Nordics back in the days, and he's been as a CEO of BetSafe and Betsson. And then we have Andreas Fries on the tech side, who's supporting the company to taking the right decisions in our investments in tech. The business then, the market that we operate in, we are a e-commerce company, basically, but for the past 5 years, Apple have sold 325 million new Apple devices in Europe. And 15% of all of these products are resold within lifetime, which we are counting to 5 years. That's a street value of these 15% is 17 billion euros. Our average price when we are reselling these products is 600 euros. It's a little bit less on iPhones, but it's a little bit higher on the computers because we sell in the whole range of the products that Apple having. Previous speakers have gone through this already, but I think that the market opportunity, the first boxes here is production, distribution, and consumption. That's the normal business that we're used to, right? This linear economy. But since a couple of years back, we have this circular economy where we recover, recycle, reuse, and reduce it as well. And this is a huge trend for us. I think that every big brand now these days have a strategy for this. We have H&M. I read in Dagens Industri yesterday about IKEA, who has this in Swedish it's called Fyndhörna, but they are redoing that to pre-owned offering to the customers, and they do it on both in the local stores, but on the web as well, obviously. So, and I think that what is for us is price, quality, and environment. So we're building a sustainable business. It's not only environmental, but we're also building a profitable, sustainable business. And it should be always a good deal for our customers. Both price and the right product, etc., etc. We sell it with 1 year warranty. Obviously, it's free shipping, both when we pick up the product, and then we're working a lot with should be easy checkout, the right payment gateways in the right country where we are. It's a different one in Italy, Spain versus Sweden, etc. Our business model then is kind of easy, right? So this iPhone 11 Pro 256 gigabytes, you can buy it new today at MediaMarkt for 10,987 Swedish kronor. You can buy it second hand or used at Blocket between 4,500 and 8,000 kronor. But then you buy it from a private person, and that is basically the biggest business today: Blocket, eBay, etc. Consumer to consumer business. But then you can buy it from us. So we buy this product from consumers, and we buy it from businesses. We do a refurbish of the product. We do a secure erasement of the product, so no pictures is ending up in wrong hands or on the street, or any sensitive data that could appear on the phone from a business point of view. And then we pack it again, and then we sell it. And we have an average today around 33% gross margin on all of the products we're selling. And basically everything that we buy, we can sell within a couple of weeks with 20 to 30% margin. And I think the key thing for us is, obviously you can sell it for maybe 6,000 in Blocket instead of sell it to us for 4,000. But then you have all the hassle with shipping it, actually getting paid from another consumer. If product doesn't work, they want to return it, etc., etc. So the value add for us is that you actually buy a refurbished product from a company with a Apple-ish experience, you can say. Easy business model. The fundamental in the business for us is our platform. Obviously the team as well, but the platform that we're having supporting the business that we're doing. So everything we do is built in the same platform, which is our own platform, and it's fully automated. We have AI-based pricing. That's not just a buzzword, we really have it. So everything that we do is a lot of data points, and we're scraping all the competitors or the different markets, and we see all the trends. So we have the optimal price, both from the buy-in side and on the sell side all the time. We have AI-based customer communication. Elaborate a little bit on this is that we actually, if you have bought a computer from us or a phone from us, within 6 months, we communicate with you again and say that, okay, now this new model have come, you can upgrade, you can return it to us, and then we can sell it, and you just pay, for example, 1,000 kronor in between, and then you have a brand new product. We have a data-driven customer acquisition. It's led by Gustav's team, obviously. So we are buying a lot of marketing, obviously, but the customer acquisition cost is kind of low. So we're actually making money on the customer first time when we acquire the customer. Smooth transaction, 12 months warranty, but into that. State-of-the-art Apple products with Apple-fied experience. We have a kick-ass service support team, but they're working at the same platforms as the delivery guys as well. We did a huge upgrade. We did a huge upgrade on this platform during this year as well. So it's really state of the art and supporting us to grow further in the future. The competition then, it's a lot of I think the biggest one is the consumer marketplace. On the right side here, eBay, Blocket, Tor in Finland, for example, Facebook Marketplace. And then you have the big commercial marketplaces, Back Market, Amazon Renewed, Refurb as well, which are partners as well. In the markets we're not operating in under our own brand, we're selling through these platforms, which gives us a good revenue. And you pay around 10% in cost of sales using this platform. That's the industry standard, I should say. And then you have Inrego, Infotech, Brightstar, which is business-to-business player, which we can buy product from when we're not buying from consumers. And then maybe you guys have heard about Swoppy. It's a Finnish company, but they are really present in Sweden as well. They had last year a turnover of 100 million euros. They sell Apple phones, so iPhones in all different models. So they are the biggest competitor on that side, but they're only selling phones. And then we have all these local stores, obviously, that selling in each country, and it could be local in each city as well. I mentioned that we did a upgrade on the platform, so we're working a lot on upgrading the whole platform to be able to scale and take on a lot more traffic. The same thing, we did an uplift in design. It's not launched yet. It's going to be launched in Germany actually this week, just before Black Week, which is the biggest event in the year. So it's ready, but we are I don't know if we're going to launch it before for Black Week or not go live with it. But it's really stylish. So if you visit our webpage, you're going to see within 2 weeks' time a new one. And if you think where we are basically now, we have the platform, we have the team, we have 10 million euro almost this year in revenues. The fundamental in the business is just profitable. All the profits invested in marketing and brand building, of course. But we are in a position where we are going to scale this company to grow the existing markets where we are now, which is Italy, Germany, Spain, Netherlands, Sweden, Finland, and so on, but also breaking ground in new markets as France and Norway, etc. And it's very, very, very easy for us to scale this into new markets and grow the existing small markets that we are now, because we have the fundamentals, we have the platform, we have the factory, what we call it is a service and logistics team in Stockholm, supporting the business, sending out 17,000 products this year, can easily send out 40,000 products next year. So the investment for us is basically us to launch a new web page, which is very, very low cost, and then we need to invest in marketing, but no extra management, no extra personnel, and so on. And obviously in the customer service agent team sitting in Spain, we can add new languages. Basically, we already have all these languages that needed. So it's a very, very scalable business for us. This is what I was thinking that I should talk about, and I'm exactly on time as well.
Well, you even had 45 seconds to go, so if that was
I know.
That was the main problem.
Should I continue?
Exactly, but we'll use that for the Q&A. And if that was the main issue that the company have to present in 15 minutes, I'm really interested to see what you will deliver going forward. And I mean, we are talking a lot about consumer behavior. I don't know if it's common that people trade in their cars to car dealers rather than selling them themselves. So it seems that the behavior is out there already in other sectors, so to say. So talking about behavior, we have one question. What are the significant factors when it comes to behaviors and the growth of mResell as a company?
I think when this company was founded and I invested in this kind of many years ago, I think it was like there were surveys that said that 3% of the people cared about sustainability, and we talked about clothes earlier today, etc., etc. And that number, I think, has grown up to 25%. So I think it's been a really change in the market, and when the new generations coming into that as well. But if you think about the used electronics, that market has always existed, but it's, you know, try to sell a phone on Blocket. We have done it. We should actually do a video on that, I think. But it's really complicated because it's a lot of scammers, and obviously the phone is not as good as they say it is, and it's something, the battery is wrong, and etc., etc. So it's really complicated. So what we are doing actually is like, the behavior in the markets is really happening, and it's changing, it's growing, and it's a lot of push from all the other companies as well helping us. But we are just adding value actually to help people to buy recycled products, or not recycled, but pre-owned products, secure and with warranty, etc. So I think it's that's the fundamental for it.
All right, so keep buying sustainable, but with a added layer of value add and security. Excellent.
And one more thing on that topic is that basically the Apple product is increasing in price for every new model that's coming. So it's increasing like 10 to 15%. So if I ask you 5 years ago, okay, let's go buy the new iPhone, and we pay like 15,000 Swedish for it, then you'll be laughing at me, right? Because it was like 6,000-7,000, which we thought were expensive at that time. But now it's really increasing. So it's really expensive products, which is good for us.
That will actually segue me into the next question, because we were to ask about significant drivers when it comes to the re-commerce sector, and prices going up is one thing, component shortage is another thing, and then we have sustainability. But what would you say are other important factors, or would you like to elaborate on any of those for the re-commerce sector?
Yeah, I think it's as I said, everything is growing from the behavior is really changing here. And I think the other thing is that it's a lot of money flowing into this segment from investor side. I think it's just during last year, I know that global, I think it was almost 300 billion US dollars coming into this market from BlackRock and other huge investors, which is like, I think it was 96% more than 2019. So people, both existing companies like we mentioned before, IKEA, H&M, and the large ones in investment in this segment, but the private equity and the venture capital is coming into supporting businesses and great ideas to build in this space as well. So you're going to see a lot of many upcoming companies, I think. And for us, it's obviously important not to just to be in the sustainable market side of it, but to build a sustainable and really profitable business as well.
Excellent. And talking about building that business, you are active in, you mentioned 10 markets at this stage. Go-to-market strategy for new markets, new sectors, or other products. Would you like to just say what investors will look forward to in the upcoming 12 months?
So we are focused on Apple very much because we are selling to consumers today, 100% to consumers, I should say, not 90% to consumers, 10% to businesses. And that is why we can give them a great experience. A 3-year-old Apple phone or Apple computer is basically working as a new one, even if there's a little bit scratches on it as well. And the other thing is that we have done a really in-depth analysis of each country, the Apple penetration, the marketing side of it, can we buy traffic, cheap, to come up to that. So we have a really in-depth go-to-market strategy for each country. But we, for next year coming, we're going to focus on the existing markets where we already are in, for example, in Germany, Italy, Spain, and obviously Sweden, to grow these markets more, but to open up in France and Portugal and some other markets as well, which is really low cost for us to do. We can just add on them.
Excellent. So anything as last remark you would like to add to your investors that you have, or anyone looking at company, interesting things that will happen over the year?
Yeah, for the existing investors, thank you for supporting us. And I think, like I said, we are a profitable business. The fundamental of the business, we're going to invest a little bit more in building our brand and marketing. so you guys can pronounce our name correct. Everybody can do that. I know it's not the best name in the world, but the fundamentals in the business is good. We are building a sustainable business, not only for the environmental and refurb. We're building a profitable business, and we're there. So hope to see you guys in the journey for the next coming years.
Excellent. With that, we'll say thank you very much for your presentation. It's been great having you here. Any questions can be emailed in to us later. And before we'll go...
Forward it to me.
Perfect. And before we go to the next presentation, we have Sciensec who will not be able to present today, which means that time slot will be covering our overtime that we are using up in these presentations. We'll have them presenting at another opportunity later. So once again, Patrick, thank you very much. We'll be right back with the next one. And we're back. Thank you for that countdown. So next company up is Proact, where we will be having a presentation from the CEO, Jonas, is standing next to me. Welcome. And another interesting word in the tech area today is, of course, data and data security. And this is something that you will go into more. So I won't say more than that, but it's an interesting topic today.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks everyone for listening. So again, my name is Jonas. I will be doing the presentation. Our CFO is home doing more important stuff, or at least more operational stuff, I should say. So I'll dig right into it. I'll give a little bit of an introduction to the company for those of you who don't know us from before, which market we're playing in, and then we'll talk a little bit about our strategy and how far we've come so far. In particular, then our Q3 results were listed on the Stockholm stock market, so we just did our Q3 results here a couple of weeks ago. So we are a 27-year-old company. We are based out of Stockholm, but we are present in quite a few countries across Europe, about 13 countries. We have 4,000 customers across this region, all medium to large enterprise customers. And we turn over about 350 million euros per year and are now actually about 1,100 employees since our latest acquisition. We play in the IT industry, and we are specialists in helping our customers to manage and get value out of their data. And I think as we'll look at the market trends, there are a couple of things that we take into our strategy and that we're kind of building our execution and operations on. And the first one is a business trend, which is, of course, something been going on for a while, namely the digital transformation that practically all our customers are going through. They're all trying to get value out of data, very much so in regards to getting value, investing in IT to get value out of data. Could be anything like making better decisions, automating processes, better customer experience, big data, AI analytics. You've heard all the buzzwords, but this is a very significant trend that goes on and will continue to go on for a long while. The second piece here, it's more of a, let's say, a technology trend, which is what we call multi-cloud, which effectively means that all our customers are moving their IT infrastructure to cloud architectures. It doesn't mean the public cloud, it doesn't mean the Microsoft and the Amazons necessarily, but similar technology architectures, which gives them flexibility, speed, and scalability. And then the third piece or the third trend is more maybe frankly a threat, which is of course the threat of cyber threats and cyber attacks, and when then security and data integrity becomes very important. So these are three very key trends that we're building our strategy upon. Corona, of course, has impacted us. Some of these areas have been accelerated a little bit. Some of the impact has required our customer to rethink how to manage remote workforces, security, and when people work from home, those kinds of impacts. So we look at our value proposition to our customers in 5 main buckets. Again, remember, this is all about data and information. We help our customers on their data strategies. How do you store it? Where do you store it? How do you classify data? How do you get value out of your data? We help our customers store data, and these are huge amounts of data we're talking about here. Connecting to data, so networking and connectivity solutions, so users can get access to data that may be in a different data center in the public cloud in another part of the world. Protecting the data, again, cybersecurity protection, backup, data recovery solutions. And last then, but definitely not least, getting value out of that data, which could be analytics tools or AI platforms. We do this by delivering primarily 4 types of products and services. Consulting services is one of our key, of course, values to our customers and one of our revenue streams. Managed services, so running IT infrastructure on behalf of our customers. Reselling of hardware and software, again, IT infrastructure like storage solutions or networking solutions. And last but not least, technical support, so making sure this is all working and all lights are green in the data centers. Those are the 4 product categories or services categories we provide. So we look at these 5 different value propositions, and then we have a whole range of products, and obviously we're moving into a world where this is becoming more and more delivered as a service. So for Proact, it doesn't really matter whether a customer says that we have our own data centers and our own engineers, we can run the infrastructure ourselves. Fine, we'll serve a customer with the platforms. And we have other customers says, hey, Proact, you're much better than we are. We want you to run the infrastructure for us, and that's fine too. So we have a whole range of delivery and deployment capabilities to our customers. And this is an important piece because obviously with all these different cloud variants now popping up, it's important to understand what Proact's role is in those variants. So, and the point here is we look at this as a hybrid of everything. Customers can run email and productivity suites in the public cloud. They may want to store their data very close to their own data centers because it's critical information. And they may let someone like Proact handle things like backup or security services, for instance. So there's always going to be a mix of different clouds, and that's an important trend, which we then call multi-cloud or hybrid cloud. I'll talk very quickly about a couple of examples here that I think are relevant. One of our customers here in Sweden is Fortnox. They are a software as a service provider of financial systems to small and mid-sized customers. So they provide effectively ERP solutions. So they run a mission-critical infrastructure on which all their customers in turn are then consuming the software as a service product, and Proact is delivering that mission-critical infrastructure to them. It's that typical mix of multi-cloud. Some of this infrastructure is being managed and run by Fortnox themselves. Some of it is being run and managed by Proact. It's running across multiple data centers so that Fortnox can secure redundancy and availability of their services. So that's one of those very typical examples of how a customer of Proact would run their IT infrastructure. Because it's running over multiple data centers, connectivity is key, so networking solutions between the different data centers, but also between the data centers and Fortnox's customers is also a critical part of that particular solution. Another interesting example, I think, is also another Swedish customer called AFA Insurance. They are redesigning a lot of the infrastructure with regards to their application development and IT. They want to bring down the time it takes to develop or upgrade an application from previously having been taking months to now down to a few hours. And they're doing it by deploying infrastructure that allows what we would call modern cloud native development capabilities. This is becoming pretty technical. I apologize for that, but this is all about running a new or kind of a future-proof way of application development. Here, Proact, together with the recent acquisition we did here in Stockholm a couple of months ago called Conoa, are developing then an infrastructure that allows AFA or AFA to run their application development at a completely different approach than they've done in the past. It's called container-based platforms and brings down the speed and the agility of application development significantly. Another very interesting and typical example of how the infrastructure our customers are deploying is driving business value, and in this case then speed and time to market. On a strategic level, Proact has a growth ambition. We want to grow by 10% per year in terms of our revenue. We believe about half of that should be organic and the other half through acquisitions. We want to improve our profitability up to 8% of EBITDA margin. We're currently running at around 6%, so we have some work to do here, primarily then around building scale of our services, but also being more professional and efficient in how we deliver our services, which takes us to our third goal, which is our product mix. We want at least half of our revenue stream to come from our services portfolio. So the managed cloud services, support and consulting services, where we have better profits, more value add from ourselves to our customer, and a closer relationship with our customers. I think we're on good way. We want to accelerate a lot of this strategic trends or initiatives through acquisitions. We only 2 or 3 weeks ago did our 4th acquisition here in the last 2 years, which is called AHD, a very fantastic customer or company in Germany, in Dortmund, in the Ruhr area. They are running about half of their revenues coming from cloud services. They are about 100 people, so we're roughly doubling our presence in Germany with this acquisition. Like I mentioned already before, we acquired a company here in Stockholm called Conoa, a little bit smaller. They're about 30 employees, very specialized in modern application development platforms, probably one of the best in Northern Europe. A year ago in the UK, in Manchester, we acquired Cetus. They are experts in workplace solutions, so helping customers make sure that they have modern and flexible workplace and workspace solutions, which of course is particularly important now that a lot of the employees are partly working remotely and from home. And then about 2 years ago, people were in Amsterdam, relatively large company of about 220 people, also very good in Microsoft-based platforms and solutions, very much focused on also the workspace, but also moving the IT infrastructure to the cloud. So 4 very good acquisitions recently that are accelerating our strategy, both in terms of revenue growth, but also in terms of bringing new expertise and new services into our company. We announced our Q3 results here recently. A couple of good things for sure. Improving in service revenue, which, as I mentioned already, is a key strategic initiative for us to shift our revenue to services. Really good development on our gross margins, which also meant that our EBITDA margin did a good step upwards, and we continue to see good growth in the sale of managed cloud services. On the slide here, we talk about TCV, which stands for total contract value. So it's the value of the cloud services contracts over the contract period. And for those of you who haven't followed us, we typically sign on customers on a 3-year length. So a contract would typically be 3 years. It could be 5 in some cases, could be shorter than 3 in some cases, but on average it's a good rule of thumb, and that's increasing pretty well as well in this last quarter. We did see some revenue decline for a couple of reasons. We're still seeing a little bit of hesitancy with our customers due to the pandemic. And we're starting to see some minor impact from the semiconductor shortage in the industry, which of course is impacting our vendors and the global economy in general. Systems, so the reselling of hardware and software went down. It's typically a volatile business for us. We had a very large deal in the UK a year ago, third quarter. So the comparison number sometimes goes a little bit up and down, and it's one of the things that makes maybe Proact a little bit more difficult to analyze because this part of the business is more volatile. And as I mentioned, COVID continues to be a bit of a certainty as well as mentioned the semiconductor situation. So in summary, we are very much focused on being a specialist. We want to help enterprise customers get value out of data and information. We think we are in a great spot and we have a very strong position in a part of the IT market that's definitely growing. We would say that our market is growing somewhere between 5 and 10% per year. Services are growing faster, probably in that 10% range, whereas the traditional reselling business a little bit slower. And I think we're executing pretty well on that growth strategy of ours.
Excellent.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A glass of water if needed.
Thank you.
So we'll move into questions, and once again, thanks for a good segue when it comes to executing on growth strategy. You mentioned the latest acquisition in Germany and how that will impact your business. Would you like to elaborate a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think what we do when we look at acquisitions, we both look, of course, at driving our growth ambitions, but also to strengthen our position in terms of what we can offer in the marketplace. And this one, I think, was particularly good for a number of reasons. Germany is a huge IT market, it's maybe the biggest one in Europe, and we have a relatively small position. So this acquisition enabled us to double our presence in Germany, which was great. They bring in a lot of expertise in managed cloud services, so they're helping us with just being even more professional in that area. And Germany also is relatively regional, so we now got a strong foothold in the Ruhr area, whereas we traditionally have been in the Bavarian area. So it also brings us a better geographical presence in Germany. So overall, a very good acquisition from a number of reasons.
Excellent. You seem happy about it.
I am happy about it.
Expanding market experience, and that leads us into, I mean, being a specialist is probably needed in order to raise the margins in the business. So you have a target to reach an 8% EBITDA.
Yep.
Would you tell us a little bit about that journey?
Yeah, so first of all, that specialist role is important because that means that we can add a lot of value to our customers, and that is helping us keep our margins up also on the traditional resale business. But going from where we are today on average 6% to 8%, there's a couple of things we need to do. We need to continue shifting our revenue to managed cloud services. We need to scale that business more and get leverage out of scale. And we need to continue work on some of the efficiency and improvements we're doing internally. So things like automating a high degree of our delivery, standardizing our deliveries. So those are a couple of things that will help us go from our current roughly 6% EBITDA to 8%.
All right. So on that journey, there will be competitors, and we received one question regarding pretty known companies called Microsoft and Amazon and their web services.
Yeah.
Would you like to tell us about that?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Thank you. We look at them as partners, and we are partners with them. We do a lot of business with, in particular, Microsoft, but to some degree also Amazon across our footprint. These are companies that are very partner-driven. They provide what we would call general purpose platforms, and our role is then to help our customers get value out of those. So the same way today we would resell a Dell infrastructure or a Cisco infrastructure and add value on top of that through consulting, support, and managed cloud services. We are doing the same on top of the Microsoft and the Amazon cloud platform. So they are platforms that enable us to do more value to customers.
Excellent. That's one way to tackle those giants. So I see that we still have 45 seconds left. Anything else that you would like to add before wrapping it up?
No, I think just to reinforce what we said here, we are working in a market or delivering value in a market that has good growth, and our ambition here is to grab that growth. So I think like I said, we're on good track.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that presentation. Thank you very much for your questions. I'm looking at camera 1, camera 2. Anyhow, wherever you are, we'll be right back with a new presentation shortly. And thank you very much, Jonas, for this one.
Thank you.
And we're back from this very long break. Just to be clear, we have one presentation that has moved out from the agenda, which is ScienceTech, and we'll be having them presenting some other time. So with that said, we're here with Erik Hallberg and Dejan, and I just forgot the last name, so that's one on me, but you will be presenting JonDeTech today. And we have covered a lot of different tech areas. We have covered, I think, once or twice semiconductors and components. And here we are discussing further into that field, going really deep into deep tech. So the floor is yours, and we'll be back with Q&A after the presentation. And please do the introduction of yourself, so you will have that correct in the cyber world.
That's good. Thank you, Anders, for the introduction. My name is Erik Hallberg, and I'm chairman of the board of JonDeTech. Very pleased to be here. We'll give you a short introduction to JonDeTech, and then we will move over and introduce Dejan Tosik to you. JonDeTech is for probably some of you that already know us, or some of you don't know us. Very exciting deep tech company. We are developing nanosensors in a very new way, based upon nanotechnology, with the purpose for addressing consumer electronics, IoT, and other industrial application. Well, you may say another sensor, another thing like that. Well, I like to give you a little bit of the excitement that I got when I start looking into JonDeTech, and I went with one of the board members to a very well-known developer of IoT and building technology and PropTech technology sensors. And we went through the whole system and the platform that we develop. And in the end, he said, this is super exciting. And I turned around and said to him, what do you mean? Yeah, you know, this sensor, which is a passive sensor, don't need to have power until it's used, will reduce my number of ampere in the sensor from 0.4 ampere to 0.1 ampere. That means that the life cycle cost and the life cycle model for this sensor will give him and his customer a much more longer lifetime and less cost. This is what it is about. It's not only nanotechnology, which is exciting in itself, it is to produce a benefit for the customer that make this sensor technology even more valid than it is not just a silicon sensor. We are now in a phase to develop this and scale this up. And we are looking into do it in a way where we can do it in a what we call fabless way without owning their own factory. We have decided to do this nanotechnology development, which is based upon a plastic film with metal threads coming through the metal, the plastic in a new way. We have a partner for that in Switzerland called named Varioprint, and we are excited to have them on board. We have, during the summer and beginning of this fall, entered into a new way of working with them in a new contract. In the past, we had a model where we were doing part of the development and production and part of them by them. And in reality, this led to that we had difficulties to know exactly who is responsible for what. So therefore, we have decided to have a new model where we are a true fabless, and we give them the recipe and the outcome of the production, and they deliver it to us. This is taking some time, for sure, and we are now in the way to grow it up and scale it up. And for us, it means also that this recipe that we have for the production could be used for other manufacturers in other places for other applications as well. So this is really to make it scalable. So this device that we have could address many different markets, and market that we have looked into is keyless, key locks, computers and devices for earbuds and smartphones. For sure, all of them is very happy to have devices that is less power using and could be thereby a very attractive part of their production. And we have partners for that, like Ofilm and others that is on its way. We have also found that we have assets in our portfolio that we will start utilizing over time, which will add even more value to the customer in the long life line that we have with these partners. So The board decided when we were elected in May to start a process to accelerate and focus to secure working samples from the new production and build it into design wins. Design wins is where the sensor goes into the production or designed for a production by an OEM partner. And to do that, we also said that we need to increase the management base in the company. We are very pleased with the hard work that Leif Borg as acting CEO has done and is doing for building the production. But we are now adding in a new CEO and a new Chief Product Officer coming on board. Let's see if this works. No. Yeah. So from 29th of September, we are very glad to welcome Dean Tossik as a new incoming CEO. And at the same date, also adding in Karin Thurberg as new incoming Chief Product Officer. So we're adding in strengths to the team we have to really go to market and accelerate the business process in the company. And with that, I will be very happy to hand over to you, Dean, and you make your own introduction. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the company. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Eric. And I'm really happy to be joining JonDeTech. I will be joining in 2 weeks from now, so it's still a bit premature for me to answer any questions in depth, as you can understand. A little bit about me then. I'm 51 years old. I've been working in the tech industry for some 25 years, starting out with startups, moving over to big international companies. And I would say that namely, I spent 14 years with Ericsson, working internationally with sales and leading sales efforts across the world. I spent time in both in the Nordics, of course, but also Central Europe, Middle East, and Africa. So I have some extensive experience in that I bring to the table to JonDeTech. I also have background in the military, being a reserve officer, so I think that experience will also guide me in how to lead the company and focus on how to basically take action and then make sure that we get the results that we want to have, given the plans we are making. So that's a little bit about me. I think that with this, I would like to say also that I have some background, of course, academically. I'm an engineer to start with. Before moving over to sales, I worked a lot with programming and business development in that area, in technical development. So I have basically traveled from the tech area to the sales and marketing area, and I feel very comfortable in now taking over the leadership of JonDeTech, and again, having Leif by my side with the experience of working in the company for a number of years feels very comfortable for me. So, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And of course, now we will ask you a lot of difficult questions about the technology and the strategy, but you will have the golden card to use, which is the 100 days of the new CEO. Anyhow, let's see if we can do some questions that we have. But welcome to the company, so to say, even though it's 2 weeks left. So one natural question would be to ask, what's the ambition? What would be your ambition as CEO, given what you have heard so far?
Well, I think that JonDeTech is, of course, a scale-up case, and that is extremely interesting. And this is why one of the reasons why I joined JonDeTech as well. I think that there's a huge opportunity in doing something good, both with the current setup, but also in the future. I think that creating a market leader in the sensor technology domain is the ultimate ambition, of course. Having said that, I think that initially we need to proceed with the strategy which is in place, creating continuing on the roadmap to high volume production. That is extremely important. Adding to that, I think that having me on board and having Karin Thurberg on board, we will strengthen our ability to commercialize and package our product, to explore new application areas, as we saw some of the application areas in Eric's presentation. But we also see that there are a number of more application areas where we should go in and also explore how fast can we monetize those areas and get time to market for our product, which is the lowest possible.
Very nice. So I'm hearing a lot of good words here. Market leader, scale up, high volume and commercializing, excellent ambition, so to say. And you touched upon the opportunities. With that comes the flip side of the coin, which is the challenges. Anything that you already now have identified, or anything that you feel that you are going to look at extra?
Well, obviously the opportunity is that we are existing in a market which is growing. I mean, the sensor technology market combined with the whole IoT development in the world is exploding. Prices are coming down on sensors, and we are part of that. And riding on that wave, I think that will give us a lot of momentum moving forward. That's just one of the opportunities, of course. We have a strong network of partners. Eric mentioned a few. And I think that making sure that we fulfill our strategy and starting to deliver to those partners, creating value to both them, to us, to our shareholders, that is the strong opportunity we have. Then exactly what will happen next, we need to figure out. When it comes to the challenges, of course, this is technology development at its core. This is R&D, this is product development. That is not easy. So what we need to do is to build an agile organization which can manage those challenges, resolve them, and move forward. So that is a big challenge, I think.
So a lot of opportunities, a lot of potential to be added along the way, but challenges have been identified and are basically already being looked into to be de-risked along the way, which should be something everyone will be happy with going forward. Maybe this will be more directed to you, but feel free to answer anyway. But it's regarding the partnership with Varioprint. Would you like to just tell us more about that? Because you both mentioned this is important. We started with the first slide on production. So just emphasize on that.
I think going a little bit back to what you said, Dion, this company has a fantastic asset in itself, but also that we are a Swedish industrial development company. Sweden is well known for that. When you're traveling internationally, Sweden is, in relation to size of the country, we are big, and we are known for doing great things. And when we look into this technology that is being developed for a long time by university and academic studies, and now on its way to scale up, we need to be to our root, which is continuing the innovation, but also scale up the go-to-market things. And for us to be a production site is not really our core. For sure, we know how we should make the recipe and how we should put things together, but we are not the factory. And therefore, we've been step by step over the last years, and now the last summer and this fall, accelerating this fabless model, which means that we are outsourcing the production to someone that takes an end-to-end, A to Z quality measurement for the production for the certain application, step by step. It could be for one application, two applications with Varioprint, or it could be with a third, another party with another one, because now we have a fabless model. And for us, this is extremely important because it means that we could accelerate and scale up with a fabless structure. If we should invest in the factory by ourselves, it will take even longer, and we don't have that skills. So we need to continue the skills we have to secure that we could accelerate the business that Dion talked about, to be closer to our business partner, to mount in our sensors in design wins for new applications that we could accelerate the business with. So Varioprint is a very well-known company for that, and we are very proud that they really want to do this. Because we ask them, it doesn't mean they should say yes. They do their commercial decision themselves. And they have said, yes, we like to continue and go deeper. So for me, it is a receipt that we are on the right track.
So partnership important variant along the way of high of scale up and high volume. So we're adding potential to the already in place technology. That's what we're hearing. So would there be any other partnerships that is of essence when it comes to your opportunities and what you are exploring to the future?
Well, I will not ask Dian to answer that yet. Let me just say the answer is yes. And that's what we're working hard with to add in step by step. But let that be the next surprise.
So speaking of surprises, I don't have anyone for you, but the next couple of 12 months, what does that have in store for JonDeTech as a company? What can be mentioned so far?
Number one, scale up the production. Get the new working sample out of the new production. We already have working samples from the more hand-on production, but from the new production, get it into design wins and thereby scaling up the first scale-up production. And then maybe some very nice, interesting surprises as well. That's what we hope for. But I will hand that over to Dian now.
Excellent. And you haven't started in the company yet, so you can't tell us more today, unfortunately, right?
Exactly, but I'm looking forward to the next time we meet.
Perfect. Listen, we have gone through the questions that we have received. Anything else that you guys would like to add to this before closing down the presentation for lunch?
I think ahead of me, I see points to profit as a headline, and I think that's exactly what we are aiming for as well. So thank you for having it on the screen.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure having you here, and it seems that this industry is really centralized in Sweden, and we've had a lot of CEOs running around here, and it seems everyone knows each other. So maybe we should host the next semiconductor gathering event in Sweden from Vator Securities. Anyhow, that's my own idea. Thank you very much for listening in. Thank you very much, Dian and Eric. We'll be back roughly in an hour with the next presentation, and we'll get back on what company that is, because I don't have the agenda on the screen. So thanks for now.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And we're back. Welcome, and I hope that lunch tasted as well as ours did. I don't know if we had any left to you, but I'm satisfied.
I'll have some lunch afterwards.
All right, perfect. We'll fix you a Snickers or something like that. Anyhow, welcome back. We will now start the presentation together with Niklas, who is the CEO and founder of the company Awardit. That's been listed on Nasdaq First North since 2017, I guess, and almost 4 years and counting.
17.
Yeah, so you will walk us through what's interesting and what's going to happen. We'll leave it to you, and we'll come back with some Q&A end of the presentation. Floor is yours.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
All right. So, I'm the founder and CEO of Awardit. I've been running this business now for a little bit more than 20 years. So I know everything about point-based loyalty programs, gift cards, etc. And I try to live as I learn. I'm trying to switch the slide. So, to start off, Awardit in brief. Today, we're the largest company and platform for loyalty programs, incentive programs, and gift card programs in the Nordics. Looking at our revenue pro forma, the next 12 months ahead will be around 600 million. And that's excluding our recent or ongoing acquisition of Premia Direct, which is a leading German business. Including Premia, we expect that it's reasonable to expect that we can reach a bit more than 1 billion krona in turnover for 2022. Awardit in short, we're a one-stop shop for loyalty programs, incentive programs, and gift card programs, meaning that we can help out with the strategy and concept for the program. We set it up and run it on our software as a service platforms. And we also provide content in the form of business opportunities, trading opportunities, so you can redeem your points for a physical or a digital product. You can earn more points from a network of several hundreds of online and offline businesses that we have as partners. And we also provide third-party distribution networks for gift cards. For instance, if you go into a Coop store, a 7-Eleven, or a Circle K, whatever, you see these gift cards. We sell those, or those are sold on top of our platform, and we earn commission on every transaction on the platform. So we're the definite leader in that space, around 80 to 90% market share when it comes to gift card distribution in physical stores. We also distribute digitally through loyalty programs, etc. Our ambition long term is to become the leading operator on the European market. And when I'm saying long term, we're talking about a 3 to 5 year perspective. The market is extremely fragmented locally in every country, which is perfect for our strategy. We're a partly acquisition-driven company. So we took the company public in 2017, 4 years ago, with not the aim of financing the business, but to get a market cap to get going with the active acquisition strategy. And since then, we've completed 9 transactions, and currently we're working on our 10th and largest so far, which is Premia Direct. It's a bit slow switching the slides. Anyways, here's a picture of all the companies that we've acquired over the years. This year, 2021, we're working right now on our 3rd acquisition, and the finance department is telling me that, Niklas, you can only do 4 acquisitions per year, but I believe we can do more than that with the right organization, and we have now the right processes in place to step up the pace. So, looking at Awardit from a customer perspective, why do you work with Awardit? Well, first of all, we work on the revenue side of our customers, and their ambition is obviously to achieve a greater share of their customers' wallet, and to reduce price and discount focus, to increase customer lifetime value and reduce churn, and obviously also to establish more cost and response effective marketing. Every dollar, krona, whatever currency that you invest in a loyalty program, gift card program, can be expected to return more than if you invested in mass marketing. We also run different types of incentive programs or motivational programs, and those are often targeting employees of large companies or large reseller network. And then the ambition is to reward result, activity, competency, and engagement. So once again, I'm trying to switch the slide. Looking at our markets, gift cards and loyalty, they are expected to grow very well over the next few years. Gift cards actually growing the quickest, around 16% per annum is expected, and loyalty programs worldwide around 5%. And we expect to be growing a lot quicker and better than the markets. For instance, when it comes to loyalty and the B2B loyalty programs, even during COVID, we had a growth rate of around 25% last year. Looking at our business model, we've divided it up into loyalty, gift cards, and partnerships. And when it comes to loyalty, we charge a setup fee for configuring the platform, designing the loyalty program under our customers' graphic profile, trademark, etc. We charge a monthly fee for running the program. That's the software as a service fee, so to speak. But then we also do business within the programs, and we call that the loyalty marketplace. So you can redeem your points for physical or digital products. And obviously, we have a margin on all such business. And this is obviously doing business within the programs is our largest revenue stream today. To a minor extent, we do some consultancy, expert services, but that's only a very, very small part of our total revenue. When it comes to gift cards, it's a similar model. We charge a setup fee. We charge a monthly fee for running the platform. And our platforms are typically then used to issue gift cards and to redeem gift cards. We charge a loading fee on top of that. So when a gift card is issued by, for instance, Systembolaget or Beijer or NetOnNet, we charged a fixed or variable fee in a percentage of the transaction being loaded on top of the gift card. And the gift card itself can be either a physical card or a digital. And the trend is that we're seeing a lot more transactions going towards digital gift cards. We do run some private label gift card programs, the most successful being Supergift with a Z, supergift.com. We launched that in the middle of COVID 2020, and we've grown that program to, at the end of October, a total revenue since the startup of around 100 million Swedish krona without investing anything in marketing or extra personnel. We're using our own technical platforms and our own distribution networks through loyalty programs and other B2B channels to reach out, which is extremely effective. So you should look at Awardit as being a network-based or a platform-based business also. When we run our own private label programs, we have a gross margin, which is pretty small, but we also earn, we have a revenue model or profit model based on so-called breakage. And breakage is when a gift card is not redeemed before the expiration of the gift card. Looking at partnerships, we charge commissions. For instance, if a member of a loyalty program we run, they fill the car with gas on Circle K, they can earn points in that digital currency. And we then charge a commission to Circle K, and we use that commission to finance the points or the cash back. Right, let's move on. If we can switch the slide. Some recent figures. We published our third quarter report last Friday, so it's pretty fresh. We saw a very good growth, 110% growth, of which approximately 24% was organic. The rest is acquisition driven. Our EBITDA, which is the most relevant line to look at when it comes to our profitability due to depreciations due to acquisitions, it grew from 7.7 to 15.1 million krona. 74% of that was organic. We saw an improving gross margin in our business and also an improving EBITDA margin. We're integrating our last acquisition, which is the inspiration company TIC, and it's interesting to note that TIC has an OpEx which is twice as high as the average of Awardit, so we expect to see a lot of cost synergies moving forward, but that obviously takes some time to realize, 6 to 12 months probably. We have an ongoing acquisition of the German Premier Direct, which is extremely exciting. We will be creating a bridgehold in Germany through that acquisition, on which we will continue to build more acquisition on the European market. SuperGift, like I said, it's performing very well. We are beginning to see breakage from SuperGift in the third quarter, about 0.4 million. Like I said, breakage is expired values on the gift cards, and there's a 12-month validity period on the gift cards. In Q4, we're expecting, based on the same numbers we had in Q3, we're expecting that the absolute profit added will be around 2.6 million from SuperGift. So this, you can see it as breakage being a hidden profit in our numbers that will materialize over time. I mentioned this, we've seen massive growth, both when it comes to revenue and profitability, and we expect that to definitely continue. And it's also important to note that the fourth quarter is always, historically, it's always been the absolutely most important quarter. On an average, looking back at the last few years, our revenue has been around 50% higher in Q4 than the third quarter. And going in this year to the first month of the fourth quarter, October, we had an organic growth of 113%. So we're very hopeful, and we're doing our utmost to maximize our business during the fourth quarter. Like I said, improving gross margin over time, and also slightly, we expect the EBITDA margin to slightly also improve over time. So that will be interesting to follow. I mean, SuperGift contributes, but we don't know how much it will contribute until maybe the second quarter next year. Then we'll have a good idea of what the business will look like in the long term due to breakage. Some words about Premier Direct. It's one of the leading loyalty companies on the German market. It's been active for a very long time. They're specialized in providing redemption opportunities. They work on the fulfillment side of loyalty programs, meaning that they provide sort of the marketplace that I mentioned earlier. While on the other hand, I mean, Awardit as a whole can do the whole value chain. So we see a great opportunity there in adding value to Premier's business. They had a revenue last year of 18.7 million euros, a profitability of around 1.2. For 2021, the forecast is around 20 million euros in turnover and around 2 million in profitability. It's debt-free, 35 employees. We're paying 17.5 million, of which 14 million in cash and 3.5 million in Awardit shares. And normally, we always try to maximize the loan financing in a transaction such as this. So we're very well positioned for continued success. We have a lot going on. We're focusing on taking care of all cross-selling opportunities within the Awardit group. We're integrating TIC. We're seeing strong organic growth, and we've recently launched a partnership network based on open banking so that we can track transactions that members in different loyalty programs do at hundreds of businesses through open banking, which is a very, very interesting transactions technology to work with going forward. Our ambition is to, like I said earlier, to become one of the absolute leaders on the European market in this industry. And it's a fragmented market, so it's perfect for our acquisition strategy. And we're not running into many competitors when it comes to doing the acquisitions. All right.
You're happy with this? You won't stop? Perfect. No, I'm kidding. Great presentation. Thank you very much. I think that the message is clear, well positioned for continued success. So you've already had success. You are delivering more success. What is the key factor behind delivering success?
Oh, that's a good question.
Well,
everything is
right?
about execution, and we want to keep. We want to have continued organic growth. We had a sort of a hiccup during COVID. We lost like 8-9% of our top line. I think the market expected us to lose a lot more, but we kept it low. But continued organic growth in combination with further acquisitions, and us having a great team focusing on selling, focusing on actually doing business, and picking low-hanging fruits first of all. Although there are some high-hanging fruits that we can harvest further on.
All right, sounds excellent. So execution is definitely key for the success, but it seems also you have a roadmap in place on how you want to excel when it comes to organic and M&A. Would you like to elaborate on that?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the organic growth, we want to grow faster than the market as a whole, and we'll be doing so by obviously taking care of all the cross-selling opportunities within the group. We have 10 to 12 different products, and there are only a few of our customers that are buying all of our products and services. So, just looking at that side, we have a very good opportunity for organic growth. And then, I mean, I spend a lot of my time working on acquisitions, and we have a very nice acquisition pipe going forward.
Excellent, and with little competition, as you mentioned as well. So jumping back a little bit to the cross-selling, that seems to be a key point in the roadmap and execution. How much would you say, if possible, comes from upselling and cross-selling after you have landed your first customer, or when you have landed a customer?
Like I said in the beginning, I mean, our business, when it comes to loyalty program, for instance, our business model is initially based on we charge a setup fee. It's a one-time fee, very high margin, obviously, almost 100% margin. And then we charge a monthly fee, like a software as a service fee for the technical platform, obviously also a very high margin product. But then, I mean, when we start out, there are no transactions in the program. There may be no members and so on, so it grows over time. As our customer accumulates more members, there are more transactions, and we keep earning more money without adding any employees and so on. And we obviously can, we sell a loyalty program, maybe we can sell a gift card platform to the customer if they're a retail chain or whatever, and motivational schemes, and so we can also resell their gift cards in our offline and online networks, reaching millions of customers. So it's a very effective platform from our perspective and from our customers' perspective.
All right. Outlier question, but one reads a lot about gamification when it comes to customer loyalty. Is that something the company, or how is the company looking into that?
Well, obviously, I mean, you can reward either hard transaction behavior, which we do, and then you can obviously also reward other types of behaviors within both loyalty and the motivational programs. And I would say, when it comes to gamification, it's more of an issue within motivational programs when you want to stimulate your employees or your resellers to achieve their goals.
Excellent. So wrapping it up, success, historical success going forward, a successful execution plan and roadmap is what you are telling us about, with organic growth, cross-selling being one key factor, and the continued M&A. What would be the focus of M&A? What is it that you would be looking for?
Well, we're obviously only buying businesses that we understand. So they're within the loyalty sector, the motivational sector, or the gift card sector. And obviously today we have most of the tech in-house that we need. I mean, we control sort of the ecosystem. When it comes to gift card, we control the whole vertical. And we're looking for businesses that can add more volume through more customers. And obviously, I mean, when we acquire a new business, they will most probably have their own platform. And in the best of worlds, we can replace that platform. But that's not so in every case. Then if it's not possible, we integrate through APIs. We get more volumes when it comes to procurement of physical goods and services and gift cards and so on, and can gain higher margins. When we've done acquisitions in the Nordic, we've obviously, there has been a lot of organizational synergies. I usually say that we could probably grow the business organically, or at least on paper, double the business size without adding any further employees.
Excellent. I like that. Doubling size, reducing cost, higher margins. Sounds like a success.
Yeah, I hope so.
Someone also wrote anonymously, we have Father's Day, we have Halloween, we have Thanksgiving, Christmas and everything in Q4. Maybe you should invent some holidays that would trigger shopping around the rest of the year.
I mean, in Sweden, there's a day for everything. Every day has, kanelbullens dag, or the cinnamon bun day, or whatever. So there should be a gift card for every day, perhaps.
There we are. We found the secret sauce. Excellent. Thank you very much for presenting. It's been nice having you here, and we'll forward any questions that comes from you guys to the company. And once again, Awardit, Niklas, thank you very much. We'll be back soon with the next presentation.
Thank you. Great.
High speed, fullt. Grymt. Hi, welcome back everyone. We're here with the next company, Incoax Networks, and it will be presented by CEO Jörgen. Before leaving it over, we will we'll move over with high speed, investigating high speed opportunities in the market. So with that segue, feel free to start. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will give a brief introduction to Incoax Networks. We are a quite experienced team with different experiences. We are located in Gävle and in Lund in Sweden. It's myself, CEO since 1.5 years. I have background from Ericsson and Sony. It's Helge, who is head of product management and marketing and sales. He has a Nokia background. We have Thomas Svensson, who is the CTO, has a Telia background, and we have Morten Werther, who's the head of development with a solid software background from both Sony and Volvo. The company itself is 10 years experience of fiber access extension solutions. As I said, we have 2 sites in Sweden, Lund and Gävle. We are around 25 employees. It's a combination of employees and consultants. We also formed during the recent 1.5-2 years alliances with external partners, both in back-end and front-end. So it's for development, manufacturing, logistics, and also for sales. We have a strategic software focus where we're aiming for operator interoperability. And that's really important. In order to be relevant for an operator, they must be able to easily integrate our system into their network. We have a long experience of working on the Mokka platform. And we claim we have an industry leadership on that technology. Since 2019, we are listed on First North. We work, as I mentioned, to promote and to understand the standardization that is going on in the industry and among the operators in the world. So we are active in the Mokka Alliance, Broadband Forum, ETSI, and a couple of more forums. So as we have coax in our name, I would like to explain a little bit about coax. This is as you know, as a TV cable normally, but it's also very suitable to transmit data for other services. And currently, on the current platform, we have a 2.5 gigabit per second capability in our system. We have a roadmap that goes hand in hand with the standardization and also what the chipset industry plan to develop. So the capability of the cable itself is based on our judgment and our cooperation partners that we can run 25 gigabit per second over the coax cable, which is of course a big advantage because this is normally existing networks in the buildings. So what do we solve? We enable cost-efficient multi-gigabit sustainable fiber extensions. And then what is fiber extension, you could ask? That's really how to reach out to the end consumer in a good and efficient way. Today there's a problem, especially for so-called MDUs, multi-dwelling units, to really do that. Because there are different problems to solve when it comes to both legal aspects. It's also costly because you need to pull new cables in the building, and sometimes you need to drill holes, and not all people want to have their buildings destroyed. So the idea is, of course, then to hook on the fiber. The fiber goes to the building or a certain point, and then you can hook on our system and then extend the fiber experience all the way to the end consumer by reusing the existing network. And the challenge, of course, then for the operator is how to get the fiber all the way to each apartment. For private homes, this is less of a problem, and this is also where operators tend to be very busy now. More tricky objects are sometimes left behind, which is a pity because then no broadband. Here we have a
Installing fiber to every MDU living unit is expensive in terms of labor costs, disruptive to customers, and often delayed due to slow process of getting permissions from building and living unit owners and local authorities. Fiber extensions using MoCA access based Incoax technology reduce the cost and complexities when deploying FTTH networks. MoCA can leverage existing coaxial cable infrastructure and reuse existing network operators' assets, while still providing FTTH-like broadband connectivity. Simply extend the street fiber to the fiber extension point where you install the Incoax MoCA access DPU and connect it to the existing coaxial network. It works both with point-to-point and point-to-multipoint coaxial networks. Depending on the coaxial network structure, the fiber extension point can be in a street duct, in an outdoor wall cabinet, in the basement, on each floor, or in the attic. It works just as smoothly with a satellite coaxial network combined with street fiber as combined with a fixed wireless access extension. Connect the Incoax MoCA access modem in the apartments. Configure the services with the remote management system. That's all. It's that easy to ensure a cost-effective and stable broadband connectivity to all your subscribers. Installing fiber to every MDU living unit is expensive in terms of labor costs, disruptive to customers, and often delayed due to slow process of getting permissions from building and living unit owners and local authorities. Fiber extensions using MoCA access-based Incoax technology reduce the cost and complexities when deploying FTTH networks. MoCA can leverage existing coaxial cable infrastructure and reuse existing network operators' assets, while still providing FTTH-like broadband connectivity. Simply extend the street fiber to the fiber extension point where you install the Incoax MoCA access DPU and connect it to the existing coaxial network. It works both with point-to-multipoint and point-to-point coaxial networks. Depending on the coaxial network structure, the fiber extension point can be in a street duct, in an outdoor wall cabinet, in the basement, on each floor, or in the attic. It works just as smoothly with a satellite coaxial network combined with street fiber as combined with a fixed wireless access extension. Connect the Incoax MoCA access modem in the apartments. Configure the services with the element management system. That's all. It's that easy to ensure a cost-effective and stable broadband connectivity to all your subscribers.
All right, I had some problems with the animation there, but I hope you could see it now for the second time. Then a little bit about the market potential. I would say it's a huge market out there for us. And as you can see on these bars, this indicates the penetration rate in different markets and how it developed from 2013 to 2019. What we see here is that some developed countries still have a very low penetration. And that is, for instance, Germany, we have the United States, we have several markets, UK, where we have a great potential for this solution. And that's really where we focus. So we go for our primary markets is where these countries where you have really high investments in infrastructures. And you saw, for instance, the latest package in the US, for instance. I think out of $1,000 billion, $65 billion was for broadband investments. And also we go for markets where labor cost is quite high, so it's a business case really to reuse rather than pull new cables or fibers. So that leads us to North America and Western Europe, and that's really where we have identified some of the, say, main target customers. And that is telecom operators, it's fiber operators, it's challengers, ISPs. Also, cable operator has the potential, but they are still very much busy in the DOCSIS technology. But we see some tendencies that also that market could be open for our technology, actually, because DOCSIS is very investment heavy. And also traditional cable TV, linear TV is actually on its way out in general. So consumers tend to go for streaming. Then also we work with some selected resellers, even though we are currently in a stage where we have more, say, direct contact with some operators in order to create more reference objects. As we said before, we address resell MDUs and thus multi-dwelling units and also hospitality industry like hotels and service homes. The dots here on the map that shows where we have deployments of our system in the US. A little bit about the products. We have in our current portfolio 2 link controllers, C254, C251. It's a 1-port and 4-port solution. You can hook on 31 subscribers on each coax port. We have recently launched DPU, Distribution Point Unit, D2501, that also broadens up the use cases because it's also capable for interfacing passive optical networks, which is the predominant standard among fiber operators today in the world. So it will really open up for more use cases and a much bigger market. And then in the other end, in the apartment, we have modems then that fits to these controllers, the DPUs. And we have a management system. Management is really important for the integration. And we have our own, but we also have system solutions where we can act as a proxy into operators' management, existing management system. What has happened recently? Yes, we have launched the D2501, as I said, during this fall. We have an ongoing business with a US fiber LAN operator that's ramping up. They also now started to test our new product. And we have also ongoing field test with a really big American so-called Tier 1 operator. So a lot of exciting things going on here. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm trying to find some interesting, additional interesting questions, but we have questions in the chat. We have received questions before. So thank you very much, and we'll start with the Q&A. Couple of things that keep coming back. I see US fiber LAN operator. I see in my notes here US, and I see in the email US. So understanding you might not be able to say who it is or as such, but the announcement of that Commence Lab test in the US, would it be able to elaborate a little bit more on what that is and what does it mean? What does the process look like getting a foothold in the US, and where would this tick in the box along the way?
I think number one, we have an ongoing business. I would say we started to be an established partner to this operator, which is very nice, of course. And they are also present in most of the say big suburban areas in the US. So they have good potential for us. Then, of course, we have been limited to our current portfolio. So that's also really interesting that they are interested in testing our new product, D2501, because then they can address use cases that they couldn't do. Well, they couldn't do, but they couldn't do with such good business case, basically, with the other portfolio products. So this opens up, and I think it's really promising, actually, for our future business to work with them.
All right. It seems significant. It seems important for the company roadmap, and it seems that despite limited portfolio, they were looking for a niche product that could help them to solve a special problem, which you...
Yeah, I would say that's the case.
All right. Perfect. Something is sticking after these 15 minutes, I guess, here, at least from my side. But we have more interesting questions. And one, of course, involves everyone is shooting satellites up in the sky. So 5G, where are we at that? Wouldn't that be able to fix and solve everything all around, or?
The problem, number one, of course, in order to have 5G network, you need a really strong fixed network in the backhaul. That's number one. Number two, I would say, is for bigger cities, more condensed areas. We have a lot of buildings. It would require a very high density of 5G base stations in order to get coverage everywhere. So here, I think we can really complement the 5G network in a good way, because basically you can bring in the 5G signal in a building, and you can use the in-building network, and then of course with some further developments also our system or system similar to ours in order to basically get your own 5G base station in each apartment.
All right. Yeah. So basically no fiber, no 5G party. That's
I would say so.
Perfect. That's a good line. All right, but also looking at the Incoax Technology solution, is that competing or is it complementing other fiber solutions?
It's really complementing. And of course, the first choice when it's possible for an operator is to pull fiber all the way. So we realize, of course, that's the case. And this is a complement in these, say, more tricky situation or use cases where they can't do that easily, practically, or economically. So that's where we come into the picture.
So, and that leads into the next question regarding using a coax cable network for broadband services. I mean, not asking if you should use one or the other, but why would you use this and why not use anything else?
Oh, that's a tricky question. I think it very much depends on the use cases. I'm not saying that we are more competitive everywhere. I mean, that very much depends on the use case, and you need to define the use case, of course. But when we do that in many cases, we can see that our solution is very much cost competitive and also is very fast. So it brings for an operator a very quick time to cash, actually, when they hook on a new subscriber, because waiting time is quite short, actually, until they can get revenues.
All right. So rather than being a matter of what cable to use, it's a matter of how quick they could generate cash.
Yeah, that's one aspect, of course.
Yeah. All right. And talking about internet providers, we have covered this US operator. Depending on what can be mentioned and not, but I mean, who are you in discussions with, just to get an understanding for the customer feel? Are they big? Are they small? Is it 100 users? Is it larger? I mean,
we're talking about millions of subscribers, and we're trying now to go after these selectively, of course, but operators where we have clearly identified a need, we have also the ability to say show our competitiveness in a very obvious way. So I mean, we are selective. Of course, someone could say this kind of a challenge for a small company like us to become a supplier to a big operator in the US or anywhere else. And would they, at the end of the day, buy from you? My answer to that is that there are many solutions on that, of course, and we are open to different types of business models, and we can do licensing, and we can bring in more partners and so on. So we're quite pragmatic on this because we really want to see deployments of these developments that we have done because we think it's really good.
All right, business-minded is what we're hearing. Niche product enabling a quick cash for the internet providers, and you're not talking to the small players. This is what we could summarize then.
Well, as I said, we want to have a business that also can scale.
Yep.
And if we go after too many small operators, of course, that will consume a lot of resources, and it's not really scaling either. So,
excellent.
But of course, if someone places an order with us,
I hear what you're saying. I can still order for my colleague's apartment here who has lousy internet. However,
we can arrange that.
Perfect. However, the tier one will always be of preference. So thank you very much for the presentation, the Q&A. It's been great having you here. We'll be back shortly with the next presentation in just a few seconds. Welcome back, and happy to see that the fiber, the coaxial cables, the 5G, everything seems to be working. Because from one internet broadband company to another, if I'm doing that segue. We're here with Waystream and Fredrik, the CEO, who will take us through the presentation. We will follow up with Q&A, but the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and nice to be here. Fredrik Lamber is my name, and the CEO of Waystream. I would like to give you a brief introduction of Waystream, of course, a little bit about the market, our financial situation, and the way forward. But I start with who we are. Waystream is a Swedish company listed on Nasdaq First North. We were founded in 2001 and became our own company in 2012. Our main office is in Kista, outside of Stockholm, and we have R&D in Stockholm, in India, and in China, where we also have an office. We have production in both Sweden and in China. We are all in all 34 employees, including consultants, and we are growing continuously. So what do we do? Waystream help city networks and operators to build next generation high quality fiber to the X networks. Our products help, they are adopted for the FTTH market, and they help our customers to get higher capacity with less downtime. So what does that mean more in detail? Yes, we have a number of switches that we place out in the network, or our customer does. We have a number of different series, dependent on how you build or how our customers build their products. We have layer 2 and layer 3 products. We also have different capacity and variances of these 1 gigabit and 10 gigabit switches and so on. And both fiber and copper products. So where is our products then used? With this picture, I'm trying to illustrate a little bit that our access switches are placed close to the end users. So they are placed either in the basement of larger apartments or can be placed in those small boxes that you see on the streets. That's where we have our products. So when we say that our products are adopted for this, it means that they are supposed to be placed in a basement or in one of those connection boxes. So it can be dusty, it can be cold, it can be warm, and they have to run for 24/7 for the next 10 years. So that is what we mean with that. So where do our customers are and where are they placed? If we look all in all, I've taken Europe as an example. Here we have all in all about 80 city networks across Europe. If we take that down, we have about 55 in the Nordics and 40 of them are in Sweden. And all of them are today active customers. This means that they continuously buy and have our products in use. So our business model is our customers can either buy when they update or change or if products get broken, but most likely it's when they upgrade their networks or build new. But it's not a one-time purchase in that sense. You buy continuously. If you build new houses or if you upgrade, if you go back in time, 10 years ago, maybe you had 10 megabit, and then you had 50, and then you 100, and now you have 1 gigabit at home. And then the operators or the city networks need to update their hardware. So all of our customers continuously buy from us. So how does the market look like then? If we just take how it's been lately, we've seen that, of course, Corona has really pushed us in a direction. From one day to another, customers couldn't go to the office anymore. They needed to work from home. So then, of course, the networks were used in a different way. At the same time, so that we see that consumer behavior, studying, working, and everything around IoT. At the same time, EU has regulatory changes where they have directives on where are we supposed to be. So, for example, EU has this digital agenda goals where they say gigabit for every household by 2030. So the ambition is very high in this sense. So then how does it look like in the reality? Yeah, if we look at in EU, we have about 99 million connected households. And according to the FTTH Council, in 5 years, it will go up to 197. So they will double the amount of connected households. So we see that there is a growth potential in the market. If we then look into just a few of the markets that we are present in, we can take Germany as an example. They have about 3.5 million households today, and they will in 5 years have 25 million. We take Netherlands from 1.9 to 3.7. Sweden has 3.1 to 3.4 million households. But we see that there is a growth in the market. There's, of course, other markets where we're present in. Take Austria as an example, where they only have 140,000 connected households. And the plan is, of course, to grow that immensely. So we see that the market is there. We see that our product has a good fit. So that is the positive from that side. So then come back a little bit. So how good are we doing in this market and in terms of our results? There. If we look on 2020, last year, it was a record year for us. We had a good growth and we had good cost control. We have been focusing on, if we go back a couple of years, we had a product portfolio that we tried to go into more markets, but we decided to focus on the FTTH market. And so we built product only for this area. And what we could see that we got good growth and that we became very profitable. We 86 million in revenues and 15.1 million in EBIT, which is of course really good. If we then look into the first 9 months of this year, we can see that it's been continuously stable. That the first 9 months we had 66.9 million in revenues, which is a 5.1% growth, which is not that much. But we, on the other hand, became focused on the cost control, so the EBIT was 14.7. So what we see is that we have really worked on the profitability and the cash flow. At the same time, we've been increasing our focus on the investments. So we have grown the team and we increased investment in product development. So what we said is that it's important that we focus and that we get the company in control and that we are profitable, and then we are able to take the next steps. And then we come into our plans going forward. We have 3 focus areas where we in our focus. It's profitable growth, and that's actually all I'm going to focus, go much more in depth. And then sustainability in terms of course, making sure that our products are sustainable, that we have a good sustainability for our team, that we have low turnover and so on. And of course, also gender equality, that we get the 50-50 base. But I don't have time to go into those. So I will focus on the profitable growth and the finances. I mean, for us, profitable growth is the base of what we want to do. We want to grow in a profitable manner. So we now have shown that we have stable finances, we are profitable, and now we can afford to take the next steps. So what we are planning to do is that to increase our customer base, it is by two things. We have to leverage our strong position in the Nordics, and of course, increase our focus on international sales. And how do we do that? Yes, we have a good ongoing partner network, both in the Nordics and across Europe. But what we also have to do is increase our sales team. We see that no one is as focused as we on to make sure that our products get out there. So we are employed and have employed new salespeople in Sweden and still looking. We're also opening our first sales office in Germany to employ people to push the market. Because what we can see is that when we have sales meeting, we get trials, and when we get trials, we have customers that want to buy. So we have a very good conversion. As long as we get meetings, we have a very good result of it. So we believe that we can get results both by broadening the customer base in Nordics, but also in Europe, Germany, but also in the countries around Germany. And then, of course, we are in a business where product is needed. We need to make sure that we have products. So what we have done is that we have increased our investments in components and in production to make sure that we meet the demand. And the lead times are fairly long in general, so the decisions that we are taking now make effects 12, 15 months going forward. So when we plan for growth, we also have to produce for it. So those are important aspects for us. So we invest in that sense. And then we have on the product side is that we are continuously increasing our investment in product development. What we want to do and what we are doing is that we're broadening our product portfolio. With this is that we have a clear ongoing dialogue with our customers, what they need and what they want to use, and we are looking into broadening this. So what we are doing is that we are growing the team even here on the tech side to increase the pace to get more products out. I can use as an example here when we actually have launched a new product. Just the other week we launched our new copper switch, where we now have availability and make it possible for our customer to upgrade their existing copper network in their households. It's easy to think that copper is an old technique, but for example in Sweden we started very early with our fiber build out, and at that time it was very expensive with the fiber in the ground. So what companies, operators and city networks did was that they put the fiber in the ground and then they put Ethernet cables in the households. That technique now have most countries developed in a different way. So there are a few vendors that have these products. So what we have done is to create products for this segment, and we have a very good interest of this. So that is one example of what we want to do. And so for the next coming years, we plan to continuously make sure that we get new products out that complement our portfolio, but of course that it still focuses on the FTTH market or FTTX market. So that was more or less what I had in my presentation today. So we can jump over to the Q&A.
Excellent. 45 seconds to go. Well presented. And I guess Waystream is some kind of way of working also, because increasing sales quickly in the Nordics, increasing EBITDA quickly. We're talking about 81% increase in sales outside Nordic. We're talking EBITDA increase 51% 2020 compared to 2019. Are you planning to continue the expansion in similar fashion in markets outside the Nordics? And when it comes to EBITDA, what can you say about the future growth opportunities there?
I mean, yes, we see that it's very important to continuously grow and look into more markets. We see the potential in the Nordics, but we also see, as I tried to explain there with the market development, there is a lot of things happening. So we are increasing our sales focus. We want to put in the next gear, so to speak, and to do it. But at the same time, we will not do it in other way than that it has to be profitable. We have to make sure that we sell at reasonable prices, that our premium products, that we get the value for it. So we will continuously grow, but we will not sell ourselves in that sense. So that is a good, important mix.
Yeah. So it's a niche segment, first-in-class products, continuously growing with a profit. Sustainability, gender equality, impressive three pillars to stand upon, so to say. Could you elaborate a little bit about the current R&D operations and how will you continue to provide other first-in-class products? Will that be possible? But elaborate.
Yes, I mean we have built a strong team in the main parties in Sweden, but with people in China and India. We have a really close dialogue with customers to make sure that we build what they want them and how they are planning to build in the future. At the same time, we are joining these European forskning.
The research.
Research projects where a lot of different projects, 30-40 companies and research development are looking into where are the networks going in the future. So those things are make sure that we are on the forefront of our market and make sure that we take the products we have, make sure that we go in the right direction and develop in the right way. We don't think it's the right thing for us is to revolutionary the market. I mean, small development and make sure that our customers understand our products, know why they need it, and make sure that we can deliver upon it.
Very well. So looking at those opportunities, what would you say are the biggest ones in short and long term?
I mean, for us, it's to make sure that we see that the market is there. We need to meet the customers. We need to make sure that we take advantage of the mix of our portfolio and that the opportunities are out there. So what we are doing is that we increase the sales team. We make sure that that customers understand our values and what we can deliver. And I believe that will support us both in the short and in the long term.
All right. So last question. When it comes to already completed projects in the Nordics, you have obviously been successful, but how is the team looking to grow and expand in this region and what may it look like in the future?
No, but if we take Sweden only as an example, we have 40 out of 160 city networks. So with that, we know that there are upgrades, that there are changes. So I see that it's for us to make sure that when they are looking into new services and new products, that we need to be there. So that's why we increase the sales team to make sure that we are not satisfied with 40 customers. We want more. And because we have a very, very positive customers are very satisfied. We have a really low turnover in that sense. So when they get and start using our products, they stick with it. I mean, we have customers that have products that have been in the network for 15 years. Think of that, the return on investment.
That's a great way to end things on, with a good return on investment, with a great retention and potential upsales once you already have completed orders. So with that, thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you everyone for listening. We will soon be back with the next company, which is Epulze, and we'll be back shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we're back. Welcome everyone. I know that we have Mattias, Gustav and Marcus on the line waiting to present. Next company up is esport company EPulse, and from broadband, which you will need in order to play a game without lag, which I have experienced a lot, the lag that is, and that's why I'm losing. We're going to talk about esports, and going to leave it over to Marcus, Mattias, and Gustav to do the presentation. Floor is yours, and looking forward hearing what you have to say.
Hey, Anders, thank you very much for giving the floor to us. So this is actually pretty significant for our company here, how we run our business. I'm located here in Los Angeles at the moment. Marcus is back in our headquarters in the beautiful castle in the city center of Örebro, and Gustav is in Stockholm. I don't know if everyone knows that, but I used to live in Los Angeles, so been working here from this week, and it feels so great to be back here in the sun when everything started to get so cold in Sweden. So before heading back to Sweden in a couple of hours, let's give a short presentation about where we are in the company. See if we can get the presenter to okay, perfect. So esports, competitive gaming, and we are an online platform for esports. We are a global company based out of Sweden, Örebro. But around this platform, we have created our ecosystem, and that's what we feel is the unique thing with EPulse, that we have designed this esports ecosystem around the platform that is designed to funnel users down to the platform. So for example, we run our professional studio and we broadcast that from our in-house casting studio in Malaysia, and we produce a lot of content around that. And the big advantage with this is it's creating this self-funding user acquisition, because instead of paying for marketing, we can actually get paid to run these marketing campaigns by large brands that want to connect with the same audience that we connect to. And this actually creates a much more fun and engaging user experience for that user, because instead of just taking part in a normal everyday tournament, all of a sudden you are part of a sponsored tournament. You are on your way to actually becoming a professional esports player. But back to the beginning of this year, we managed to secure an amazing funding round, 57 million Swedish kroner, roughly $6.6 million. And that has really helped us to stay true to our three areas of focus, which is user growth, increased user activity, and monetization of the platform. And we have set up a distinct goal in the end of 2023, and that goal still remains intact. And we are seeing really good progress in all areas. We keep on growing the user base, the activity increases, and we have started to monetize this user group. But this is only like a metrics for the performance, and these are only some indicators that we are heading in the right way. Much larger growth will happen during next year, because what we have been focusing on is actually building the entire team and gearing up the company to be prepared to grow so much faster moving forward. So when we presented the case to all the investors in the beginning of this year, we were 34 people in the company, and today we are, I think we just signed with the number 51, and the majority of that growth has happened in Sweden. Only in the headquarters we have now 8 people, and in January we will become the 9th person. And we, even though if we still have the majority of people spread across the globe, and that's like one of our key factors to all of our success and our growth, that we really understand what is happening in specific regions. So that is still super important for us. But to extend that global feeling and to give everyone that the feeling that, okay, we actually have a real headquarter, that goes like hand in hand, because if you have this feeling of, okay, we have a headquarter and then we stay together, and that gives a sense of security to everyone. So that has been great, that we've managed to get both the product team, tech team, a data scientist, and also on the accounting side as well. So I'm really proud of the work that the team has done in recruiting and gearing up for the future. And a very significant portion of us gearing up is that for the first time, the tech team is no longer a bottleneck. And that has been like I wouldn't say a big problem, but as a tech company, you always want to release the next feature. And everyone has always been complaining, oh, we need the next feature, we need the next feature. And now they almost deliver more than the other teams can ask for new features, and it's a lot less stressful for the entire tech team. And I'm so happy for them, and a huge credit to Frederick in our team that is in charge of the product roadmap and how he has managed to grow the entire team. Because of this, we now in Q4 and Q1 for next year, we will launch a redesign of the platform. That is the aim of that is to increase user conversion and player retention. And in Q1 next year, we will start to release some functionality that is more targeting the monetization part as well. We are on track in releasing the number of games that we had planned for. And something that is also a little bit of fun, if we are talking like marketing insights in the esports world, we can see that mobile games keep on growing. And we are there because we just launched our first mobile game, and it has had a good start. So it's really fun to be part of that mobile game, especially with our strong foothold in the Southeast Asian market. So if we're talking a little bit more about the marketing insight in many of the IT cafes, they are very much focusing on mobile games, and sometimes they take away computer and they just have a chair and you come there because they have Wi-Fi, they have access to air condition and a good like electrical grid. So we really want to take advantage of that strong trend in the industry. Okay, moving forward. In the presentation for the investment round, we also talked about the Dota Pro League, and this is super important for us because Dota 2 was the first game we started with. So this was the game that Marcus had all the, the joke we always tell, that Marcus has the 10,000 hours of marketing research, and that is in Dota 2. So we are super proud to run the Dota Pro Circuit League. So this is if you want, as an everyday gamer, and you want to qualify for the biggest event in Dota, for the 3 biggest regions, you do it via the EPulse platform. And last year we only had it for 1 region, so we keep on growing in that way. Marcus, maybe you can fill.
Yeah, so to me, this is very special. Like Matthias said, I have 10,000 hours played in this game, so to me it's very special. But what it basically means is that we're gaining the trust by the community, both in the capabilities of our platform. The user experience is great for the users, so they keep on vouching for the platform, but also getting the trust of all the tournament organizers and partners that are running these leagues. And the fact that they choose EPulse to run these qualifiers is a great sign to us. And it means, you know, we're getting lots of user activation through this without doing any marketing. So we're getting lots of new registered users, but primarily it's driving the user activation on the platform with lots and lots of user activities, because it is the 3 biggest Dota 2 regions. And if you're looking to, like Matthias said, if you're looking to qualify for the international, which is the biggest, you know, Dota 2 event out there, the World Cup of Dota 2, if you're trying to qualify for that event, you need to go through the EPulse platform in order to do so. So it's a money can't buy experience, and it's a way for us to put up, you know, barriers for potential competitors to you know, steal our user base. So it's a really good to have these qualifiers on the platform.
Yeah, to summarize it, really good for brand awareness, and also this is a good example when we talk about the kind of ecosystem that we're trying to create.
Yeah.
Instead of just, because like everyone bring in some money and pour it down Facebook or Google or Reddit or wherever you can place ads, and we still do that because we want to boost some of our activities. But if you get this kind of collaboration with organizations and they actually put up the effort to drive the traffic to the site, and we have multiple example of these kind of organizations. Maybe they have a group of IT cafes, or they have maybe some following on their social media, so they create kind of their own tournaments. And so this is a really good example on the kind of ecosystem that we're creating, that is multi-layered. And so this is this is a really good example of how we funnel down traffic.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, Marcus, go ahead with the studio, please.
Right, and so the other part of the ecosystem, like Matthias talked about in the beginning, it's the platform in the middle, and then another vertical is our studio and special operations kind of vertical. And the studio's been working really hard the past year, and we've been having our in-house casters being part of multiple productions across the Dota 2 universe. And so what this led to is that especially one of our casters has been really recognized. So Alvaro, he was invited to the Dota 2 International, to be part of the English production for that event. And he was one of only 5 English hosts for that event. And it's the biggest event in Dota. And what that means is that our studio is getting more and more recognized. And so we're managing to do bigger and bigger stuff for the studio. And so one good example of this is that we managed to secure the English broadcasting rights for the South American Dota Pro Circuit League. So on top of doing qualifiers on the platform, our studio is also doing the broadcast for this South American DPC League. And what this means is, you know, additional revenue from sponsors for that broadcast, but also lots of traffic back to the platform through the people viewing the stream, where we're able to also promote the EPulse platform. And on top of having the broadcasting rights for the South American DPC League, our studio and studio staff are also involved in multiple other production for other regions in the Dota Pro circuit. So
maybe Marcus, maybe we can just a quick pause there. So we emphasize what is the difference between the having the qualifiers. That means that like normal everyday people can sign up. So then they sign up, they become EPulse users. So they sign up in the EPulse system, and they start competing. And if they are lucky or not lucky, but if they manage to win, they can win all the way up to the big finals, winning the big prize money in the international. And the broadcasting right for us means that we get a lot of eyeballs, because everyone wants to watch this event. So it's two different things, and both goes into our ecosystem, just to clarify.
Yeah, and it's like we talked about. So we're getting our users to kind of like, you know, jump between our different verticals. So first they're participating in the qualifiers themselves on EPulse, and regardless if they win or not, they might want to watch the broadcast as well, and then we run the broadcast as well, and then we promote the platform, so they come back to the platform and they keep playing. So it's very, very good for both brand awareness within the Dota 2 community, but also you know, retention rate for the player base and revenue from potential sponsors. And if we take a quick look at our pro division, because so the third kind of main vertical is our pro division, where we organize these tournaments for pro players. We invite them, set up a production, and then get brands to sponsor prize pools and production costs. And so what we've managed to do here is we've hired a full-time kind of special operations manager who can, you know, better plan ahead the pipeline for all of 2022, which allows the sales team to earlier start focusing on selling these sponsorship rights for these tournaments, so we can ensure maximum return on investment when we run these pro tournaments. And a really fun thing as well is that we got some renewed endorsement from Riot Games, where we're allowed to run a second Valorant pro tournament called the Royal Sea Challenge. Last year we did a Royal Sea Cup that was part of the Ignition series. This year we're doing the Royal Sea Challenge, and it's really good because it's allowing us to, you know, get familiar with the Valorant community and do a similar journey that we did in the Dota 2 community, and run multiple, you know, pro tournaments and then run qualifiers on that through the platform, and keep expanding the Valorant universe within our ecosystem as well. So that's really exciting for 2022.
And also to emphasize, like, this is for Valorant. It's the number 3 game on our platform, and Riot Games is one of the biggest game developers in the world. So we're super proud to be part of their official universe.
Yeah, no, it's really weird.
Yeah, that was like a short presentation on what we been up to the last couple of months. We are so happy for what the financing round has given us an opportunity to really scale up and to really prepare for what is coming. Really so much energy in the entire team, and I hope that we really get it through to everyone, like how excited we are to be on this journey. Back to Anders.
Back to me. Thank you very much. And speaking of high energy, thank you very much, Marcus, Matthias, and Gustav. Anything else that you would like to add to the discussion before I get to our Q&A?
No, it's just hopefully there are very tricky questions, because we're prepared to answer them. So, shoot.
Perfect. Let's go then. First of all, just to set some things straight or out there. So the international, the Dota 2 tournament, largest cash prize in the world right now, and you're hosting the qualifiers in 3 regions in order for people to be able to play that tournament. So and you're also working closely with Riot Games. There are multiple esport platforms out there, and I think one of the most common one of the most common questions that one might get is, what differs one platform from another, or what differs the company, etc. You've talked about the ecosystem, but please tell us, what differs EPulse from other companies out there? Because obviously you're doing something to host these tournament qualifiers.
I would emphasize our focus on creating this global team. That has been important in the past, and it will definitely be important moving forward. And what that has given us is key connections to people on a global level. Instead of sitting in our castle in Örebro and trying to find people, now we are actually out in the different communities, and that has been so much easier to actually to talk to people and to understand what is happening. And it's not only this kind of big endorsement from Riot, for example. Of course, in that case, it has been hugely advantage to have Frank in Singapore, and our brother Pontus is located in our subsidiary in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So that has been hugely advantageous in creating these kind of partnerships. So I would say of course, as you were into like the kind of ecosystem and how we are creating this self-financed user acquisition and all the different verticals that like tie into each other and funnel users down and gives this like multi-layered way of monetizing each step. That in combination to the global team and those kind of discussions that happens maybe a little bit informal sometimes, and yeah, I think that has been super important and will be important moving forward as well.
Excellent. We hear the ecosystem, we hear that you're entrusted, and we hear that you're global. Speaking of global, I know that you even have fans creating songs on YouTube regarding the company. I know that the company is called Epulze in Russian. So what about the fan base?
That is also something we've been talking about. We want the fans also to be even bigger part of the company, and that's actually where the discussion to do an IPO, and we don't want to talk too much about an IPO in this specific setting, but it's hugely important for us to gain the trust of this global audience. And you know, we started out really for Marcus to create a way for him to compete, because he wasn't like good enough to be the top professional players. so that it comes from so much love of the game, and that is something we really want to stay true to. So if we can really stay fine-tuned, we have our global support and communications team in the biggest regions. We just hired for our operations team to really oversee the entire support and communication part in that capacity, to really listen more deeply into the community, but to give them what they want in the platform experience, but hopefully in the future also as owner of the company. So the feeling we have each day that we own part of the gaming world, that is something we want to discuss even more in the future.
So speaking of the community and the potential of becoming an investor down the line, but not everyone is a Dota 2 player nor Valorant as me, or I'm not one of those. So obviously you would need to look into more games. What kind of games would be most suitable for the platform? I mean, is it shooter games? Is it strategy games? Elaborate with us on what one could expect.
like we have a quite clear path on which game titles we are looking into. We don't want to disclose too much because it ties into so many different things with some of the partnerships we are doing. So we will keep adding game titles, and it's super easy to see how the growth can be so much bigger moving forward, because like still the majority of our growth has been from Dota 2. So now we keep adding game titles, and we see from now latest from Mobile Legends. So yeah, of course we can expect more mobile games, of course, but there are other game titles, and we don't really want to disclose too much because it's so dependent on partnerships that we are working on, and we don't want anyone to take those partnerships before we actually sign them and move forward with.
All right, to be found in potential lot boxes is what we're hearing. All right, so when it comes to going back to the business side of it, when it comes to business model, we're talking about ecosystem. What segments generates what kind of revenue today, and what would it look like in the future?
Maybe I can answer that, but I mean, at the moment we're trying to generate as much cash as possible from the core. That's events and tournaments and the studio. So the studio is kind of generates quite a lot of cash and also fame. So it's a fun thing that generates cash and viewers, which then funnels into playing. So at the moment we're kind of heavily relied on the B2B side, but we're taking a strategy of inch by inch, monetizing all the steps of the players also on the B2C side. So I would say it's a 50-50 play in the end, because we want to take our fair share of paying the players and prize pools, etc. But we also need to find a model that is very suitable for the players in terms of monetizing. And it's quite funny because there is a quite high payment willingness from the players. It just hasn't been set in the market yet how and what in what way they will actually pay for playing. So there's it's only, let's say it's like Klondike. We're digging in different holes here, and we see, okay, this is functioning and this is not. So we're trying out now this kind of party place. So you see, you go to the carnival and you want to buy all this stuff, and we see what works and not. But I would say, in short, that the Prime memberships, that you get extra boosted properties on your user, that is the future, and that gives us a steady income also. So that's also a priority. So the players like it and we like it. So that will be kind of the main staple. But I think it will be a combo, and it's quite interesting to see how willing all the players are to pay or to consume in different ways as we find proper.
Great.
Also, something that is quite interesting is that some of the bigger, like if it's a studio production or if it is like a pro event, we could also see a quite big value in how many players that are being generated from those events. So instead for so we have kind of an overvalue in that. Okay, we do generate revenue, but also a lot of players, and so there is a really good value in both increasing revenue that we can use for further growth. That has huge potential, but at the same time, we also generated a lot of users from those events. That has big value, so markets don't have to spend as much in Facebook advertising, for example. So it's super interesting how we calculate the value of things.
The algorithm is kind of a holistic view on it. So it's quite lots of puzzles, but it's getting there, and I think it's quite easy to monetize on this, to be honest. There's a lot of willingness to pay and to do stuff.
Yeah, and I would say like going back a year in time, today it's a completely different company. We have the structure set in place, and also the sales structure, and the team has grown. It's almost hard to describe like the feeling you get inside. Like we started out 3 brothers and we were doing everything, and all of a sudden you can wake up one day and so much stuff has happened in the background because of the team, and that is like the feeling that creates inside of you. It's hard to describe.
Perfect. I see we have the teams is even telling us that we're running out of time, but
okay.
We got one question in saying how many game titles were released on the platform so far? Because you have successfully successfully kept what you said you were going to do and are continue to work on that. But how many games were that in total?
4 game titles is live on the platform. And this year, two more are being worked on in like behind the scenes. So our goal is still 6 games this year to be released by the tech team.
Exciting things. So
yes.
To wrap it up, yeah, and it is exciting, and we're talking about an ecosystem, not only a tournament platform. We're talking about a company that has been entrusted by one of the largest or the largest esport tournament qualifiers in 3 different regions, also picking up doing the same thing with Riot Games. You're delivering on new games. The ecosystem will provide, it's a new user, you're getting paid for new users, which you can dock into the platform. And Dota 2 was the first game, and this is just a matter of repeating with new games all the time and scale rapidly. Would that be summarizing everything, or would you like to add anything to that? Please feel free.
Like how we're gearing up to increase sales, because I think that is having a huge impact on the future growth, because every dollar we can get in sales is a dollar spending in marketing, and in increasing like the overall experience to be part of like a sponsored tournament. So it's like a two-edged sword that has 2 good sides.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. We have been given a great update from EPulse, or as in Russia called Epulze. Gents, thank you very much for having you here, Marcus, Matthias, and Gustav. With
thank
that, you guys are wrapping up the Nordic Tech Day Summit, and we'll be back with more tech days and healthcare days ahead. Would like to say thank you for everyone who's been watching, and any questions that you would like to ask to EPulse or any other of the companies that we've had here, feel free to shoot them over. And thank you for everyone who's been listening, watching, and all the companies that actually been presenting as well.